Good evening. I'm meteorologist Corey Thompson.
I'm meteorologist AJ Rickman.
We're here in the First Alert Weather Lab here on Thursday evening. It's April 23rd. We've got some storms that developed in western Iowa. They're moving eastward, and they have stayed, at least at this point, with some severe thunderstorm warnings, watching for the potential for damaging wind in particular.
Absolutely, and we've again been tracking it throughout the day, and of course leading up to this, we've been keeping an eye on this chance for storms for the last couple of days. Today we did issue that first alert day, and now it's upon us. Storms are moving in. We've just had our first warning make it into our far western counties as that line has continued to track off to the east.
Yep, right on the fringe of the TV9 viewing area. So let's go ahead and take a look at what we've got. This warning is a fairly large one. It includes several counties. The one of most pressing interest in our area is Hardin County. This goes until 8 o'clock tonight. It's for 60 miles per hour winds, as well as potential for some quarter-sized hail. Note that there is also that tag on it that we indicate sometimes, tornado possible. No tornado warning and no imminent threat of a tornado developing. But they've seen little areas of rotation within this line. Occasionally, some of it has tightened up and led to the potential, at least, for maybe a brief spin-up tornado along the leading edge of that line. I'll have AJ take a look at some of that potential here in just a little bit. But for now, let's actually put a storm track on this and show you where these storms are headed. They are making steady but relatively slow eastward progress. Latest indication east at 35 miles per hour. So we'll go ahead and put that on the leading edge of this and just take this line segment, which is the part that has the severe thunderstorm warning, take it due to the east through the next couple of hours. So that takes you within the TV9 viewing area, Marshalltown, by 8:30. So you are not in this warning. However, the storms are inevitably headed your way. Storms to the south also have severe thunderstorm warnings now entering the western portion of Des Moines for similar sorts of threats and similar storm speeds. So it would be around that time that you'd get involved. Waterloo closer to 8:45, Tama right around 9, and Vinton just a little bit after 9:30. Now again, this is all assuming storms, one, keep their speed the same, and two, keep their strength the same. Neither are, of course, a obvious guarantee here, but it is a possibility, and so that's why we are at least here with you for the time being to give you all the information you need to know. And again, the threat here, primarily those damaging winds. I'm going to quickly just put on our hail tracker to see what we see here. I'm actually put on the recent hail path, and it'll take a second to load up and show us what we've seen. We've seen occasional times where you see those blue colors, where there have been embedded portions of this line of storms that could produce a little bit of hail. So far, the reports, and AJ, correct me if I'm wrong, it looks like the reports have largely been more toward smaller hail, not severe level, not quarter-sized or bigger.
That's correct. Most of the reports I've been seeing are roughly an inch in diameter, so that's going to be pretty close to penny-sized hail. Haven't seen much in the way of reports much bigger than that. So like you said, some hail with these storms, especially some of those stronger cells, but like you mentioned, primarily a straight line wind threat is what we are concerned with.
At this point, you see several severe thunderstorm warnings stretched down all the way from around Highway 20 or just to the north and down toward the Missouri border. But as mentioned, the warning does have the tornado possible tag on it. AJ, you've been looking inside the storm, and what do you see?
We have. So right now, taking a look at this storm, a lot of times what we talk about is looking for reds and greens that are close together, but the way that they appear close together, if that makes any sense, it matters. So right now, you're seeing along this line, reds and greens that are close together. However, I'm not seeing anything along this stretch that really, to me, says rotation. Looks like we're getting a fresh feed of data right there. But what I'm seeing, you've got reds and greens, but there's kind of this long, elongated stretch where they're close to each other. What that's telling me is that we're still with this storm seeing a predominantly straight line wind concern. I'm not seeing any spots where the red is trying to kind of curl into the green or the green is trying to curl into the red. That's kind of what you would look for if you're really in this type of scenario, looking for rotation. But what you will notice is if you have anyone that is in Ames, or perhaps if you might be watching from Ames, is that as this divide here between the red and green gets closer to you, that is actually the leading edge of the gusty winds that are associated with those storms. So as that red-green line crosses overhead, or for those of you who are watching farther east, you'll want to watch for this to happen later on this evening as this line progresses to the east and moves further into eastern Iowa. However, again, circling back to the original point I was driving at, where we're looking at this transition from red to green right here, the way that this is set up, this is going to be the beginning of your straight line winds with this line of storm as it is moving through. So if we'll kind of take a quick look back at where the storms are in relation to that red-green dividing line, and you'll see that, again, right there where that red and green stripe was there, where that transition was, right there at the front edge of where those storms are currently moving through. So again, what we're seeing right now, straight line winds is the predominant thing. They have that tornado possible tag just because, like Corey has mentioned, a few little small spin-up areas of rotation they are watching again for that potential for some small areas of rotation within that line. But at this point, again, nothing on radar that to me is jumping out and indicating that there would be an imminent tornado threat with any of these storms.
Now, there is one spot, if you'll humor me.
Yes.
Go a little farther to the south. So this is the line of storms that's now just west of Des Moines. So it's not the warning that we're talking about that's affecting our area just yet. But go ahead to the northwest Des Moines. Put the velocity view back on.
Yeah, I see what you're looking at, that
Yeah,
little
right?
appendage right there. So
Yeah.
absolutely. Let's switch over to velocity and take a look at what we're seeing there. And
it's
okay,
little something.
there is a little something there. So that is, again, one of those spots that the reason they put those tornado possible tags on there is because of areas like this. So remember how a minute ago I had mentioned what we would look for is areas where the greens and the reds try to kind of curl into each other, and you get just a little bit of that going on right there where that green kind of curls around and almost tries to make a little bit of a hook. And of course, in response to that, the reds would kind of respond accordingly. So this spot right in here, yeah, just a little bit of a notch, that little bit of a notch appearance. When you're looking at these storms on radar, that's what you would look for if you were going to watch for an area of rotation along these lines of storms that could possibly produce a tornado if it were to tighten up and become stronger. Seeing some brighter colors there within that little patch of green, so that would indicate some pretty strong winds kind of coming into that portion of the storm. Let's check our debris detection. I wouldn't expect to see anything at this point. And again, yeah, nothing really definitive in there that to me says that there is a tornado. But again, good eye, Corey, like you had kind of pointed out and mentioned, one of those little spots in there where there's just a little bit of that rotation trying to develop. And actually, while we're on this topic and on this warning, I thought I saw something perhaps a little further south along this line that,
Yeah, take a look.
yeah, also might kind of jump out and to my attention. Let's kind of switch back. There we go. Let's see, yeah, a little further south a minute ago. Yeah, another little spot right here where, let's see what that looks. So for folks at home, where specifically I'm looking is this chunk of the line right here. Again, kind of if we were to compare it to this portion of the line up here where you have that area of slight rotation, you kind of have that little push out or that little notch appearance in the line right there. Looking a little further down the line and kind of a similar look to this area of the line right here. So let's have a look at the velocity on this as well and just see what we're looking at. Let's try a different velocity look and see if we can get something a little more definitive.
It's a little something there.
Yeah, a little bit of rotation potentially there. Again, not enough at this point for the National Weather Service to be concerned with putting a tornado warning on it. So just again, why they have that tornado possible tag on these warnings, but kind of in this general area, perhaps just a little bit of rotation along the front edge of that storm. So just things to, at this point, keep an eye on. Again, at this point, no definitive evidence of this line of storms producing a tornado or having a tornado imminent, at least along this chunk of the line. But things that we'll be watching as we go through the rest of the evening, as that straight line wind threat is the primary thing. But again, like we've talked about, little areas of rotation certainly possible along this storm.
For sure. So there's plenty to keep track of here. We've got a couple more hours at least of that potential being there because that severe thunderstorm watch, I know that includes parts of the area, goes until midnight, I believe, right?
That is correct.
Yep. So that will be a thing to keep an eye out for here in the very near future. You can see these counties include areas like Waterloo, Tama, down toward Oskaloosa, Charles City. All these areas imminent to see some of those storms within the next couple of hours. Cedar Rapids, Iowa City, Dubuque, not included in this watch. The National Weather Service, the Storm Prediction Center rather, deciding to cut it off there just to see how these storms progress. Because the biggest question we've had all day long is how far are they going to make it?
Absolutely.
That's been the question yesterday too.
Definitely. And as they progress, they'll be weakening. And we actually do now have a fresh tornado warning. It's outside of our viewing area. But I'll finish up my point really quickly, Corey. Like you mentioned, these storms are expected to be weakening as they track off to the east through the overnight hours. That's because they'll be losing that fuel source, that's daytime heating that provides warm, moist air for them. But for the time being, maintaining their strength. And as we can see right there, that little area that you had pointed out and that we looked at a minute ago seems to have tightened up just a little bit.
Yep, just enough. And you got to remember, part of the factor in all these things is that it depends on where the radar is seen and how far away from the radar we are. So the radar is actually, in this case, very close to the storm. We're talking just about here, practically, where that white circle is. So we're not very far from the radar. In fact, we're about 10 miles away. And so we're very, very close. And so where the radar beam is in the sky, it's only a few hundred feet up in the air. And so if you see rotation at that level, you've got a pretty good feeling that it's at least threatening and worth a warning. And so no huge shock that Des Moines National Weather Service decided to go with it there. Yeah, so that is for Boone, Dallas, Polk, and Story. Again, none in the KCRG TV9 viewing area, but it just goes to show why there is that isolated slight chance of something other than just damaging winds. And there's that second one you were talking about as well.
Yep, that second little area of rotation looks like they've just put a fresh tornado warning on that as well. So again, like we've talked about, that potential is there. And I'm looking at the velocity on both of these right now, the wind speeds that are inside of the storm. And that actually looks like it's tightened up considerably. This is on the southern warning. So let me zoom out really quickly so we can get our bearings here. And I'm also going to switch back temporarily to the traditional radar view that shows shower and storm activity. So what we're looking at right here is these two tornado warnings, and they're highlighted around those two areas that Corey and I had looked at that had that little bit of rotation to them. So now that we kind of see where we're looking, Des Moines, of course, right in between those two tornado warnings, let's switch back to velocity, and I'll show you guys what we're looking at with the wind speeds inside this storm. So we'll start with the north one, and this is a really great example of what I'd mentioned a minute ago, where you can sometimes get reds and greens that are close to each other, but it can mean different things depending on how they're oriented in relation to each other. So here's an example. Along the line, along this northern portion of the line, this is going to be an example of more of your straight line wind concern, where you've got that red and green that are close to each other, but they kind of are in just a very broad straight line. That's going to be where you're transitioning, or where that first gust of wind is going to be as that line of storms is moving through. Now compare that to the area of rotation that we are looking at. So here you can see that green is kind of hooking around into the red. The red in response is kind of hooking back into the green. This area right in here is where you're concerned with that rotation and why that tornado warning has been issued. Now let's take a look at, since we have a great view of the lower portions of this storm, because again, we're very close to the radar. The closer you are to the radar, the better the view you get at the lower levels of these storms. So let's check the debris detection. Let's see.
Doesn't quite look like there might be something there.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough to say because there's a lot of noise and kind of extra stuff going on within that within that radar picture.
I'd say looking off the air, I do not see that matching up yet at this point.
Okay, so no definitive debris signature yet on this line of storms, but again, certainly rotation going on with it. And this is for the northern tornado warning. So now we'll take a look down at that southern warning, and it's a little bit different because, or it looks slightly different because of the way that the winds are blowing in relation to the radar. That's how we're able to get these measurements of wind speed inside the storm. But let's switch over to your storm relative velocity. And again, where you have those reds and greens that are close to each other, that's going to be your area of concern for rotation, kind of right in here. And although it's not as defined, you still have just a little bit of that red trying to kind of hook around into the green a little bit, and the green in response kind of hooks back into the red. But again, right there where they get really close to each other, that's going to be where your concern is for that rotation. And just a quick look at the debris detection. Okay, at this point, no debris signature on that southern warning as well. That's why it has that radar indicated tag. It would, if it were to have a debris signature on radar, that tag would switch from radar indicated to radar observed. But like we've talked about, just kind of a prime example of how along these storms, overall, it's a straight line wind threat, but that embedded tornado risk is there.
Yep, certainly something to watch, and we'll be, of course, watching it very closely. Here in eastern Iowa, for the most part, many areas are dry, but we've seen these little scattered storms develop out ahead of the main line. This was indicated by some of the information we had going into this night that this would take place by the evening, and it has. At this point, these storms are not severe. The only storm that really is of, at this point, intensity that's kind of noteworthy is this one that's in southeastern Poweshiek, southern Iowa County. It's moving off to the northeast, but all of these will provide heavy downpours, lightning, and the potential for at least a little bit of small hail too. Haven't had those reports just yet, but can't rule it out. So something that will affect us here in eastern Iowa, as these just aren't moving east really that much. They're individually moving northeastward, but the area that is seeing that development is staying pretty much within the boundaries of this area. So you can see it's not making much forward progress. And so what may happen here is those storms to the west will catch up to these, and these could just provide plenty of rain for the areas that are highlighted, at least at this point. So those are on the way. Let's, I'm going to check real quick. Let's see. Anybody? Nobody has said anything in the YouTube chat. If you'd like to interact with us while we're doing streams like this, you can join the live chat on our YouTube channel. That's the @KCRG YouTube channel. Something, if you're curious, we can be there and we'll try to answer some of those questions in there. But of course, it is a busy evening, so we may not catch them all, but we are certainly going to do our best. I do want to sort of just give a big, broad look at our storm speed and how long it would take to get places. Now remember, this is for the main line of storms, not the stuff that's developing out ahead of it. So you will likely, in many places, see at least some storm activity before then. But in terms of the storms that have the potential for severe weather, this is kind of a broad and general look. So Waterloo still closer to about 8:45 Decorah, maybe about 9:15. Ottumwa, just a little bit after 10 o'clock. Cedar Rapids, between 10 and 10:30. And then you get toward Dubuque at about 11. And this is, again, with some margin for error because the speed could change, the intensity could change. That you are included in this storm track does not guarantee that severe weather will occur. Question in the YouTube chat says, are the sirens going off in West Des Moines? We do not know. They might be, but we just don't know at this point because we are not in West Des Moines. So we are keeping an eye on it, though, very carefully. Another question, when will that Manchester storm get to Clayton County? Let's find out. We'll put a storm track on that one. Clayton County's got a little cell just southeast of Elkader right now that's about to move in, but the bigger blob of stuff in Manchester that's got plenty of lightning and plenty of heavy rain. Let me show you what's going on. Getting the storm speed here. It's moving about 30 to 40 miles per hour.
No worries at all. But thank you for reporting that, and thank you guys for giving me safe space as well.
So moving off to the northeast, we've got Edgewood at about 7:39, Elkport closer to 7:54, Elkader at 8:03, Garnavillo at about 8:09, Farmersburg 8:16, Monona at 8:26, and then crossing the river potentially to 8:32 at Prairie du Chien. So that is for the heavier stuff in terms of what's got the biggest potential for heavy rain and maybe some of that small hail. That's the stuff that's going to be arriving then. So good question. There we are. Where do baby tornadoes come from? It's a good question. You'll have to ask your parents. Sirens are going off in West Des Moines. Will this storm be like the derecho when it gets to Cedar Rapids? No. That looks pretty unlikely at this point. In fact, to give a pretty straightforward example of what the difference is, this storm, much more elongated, associated with a cold front. That's not what was necessarily driving the storms in the derecho and Cedar Rapids. And more specifically, when that happened, we were seeing reports from Ames and Des Moines and areas of western Iowa of very intense wind damage and strong winds. So that does not look likely. In fact, the more likely outcome is these storms in central Iowa will actually start to lose some of their punch as they get a little bit farther to the east. But at this point, the only warning that's touching the TV9 viewing area is a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Hardin County. This goes until 8 o'clock, 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. Didn't realize KCRG had a YouTube channel. We do. It has a lot of the same content you can find on our news app and on our website, but it's available on YouTube as well. And our live streaming goes there too. Typically our weather streams will be here during severe weather. They will be available on YouTube and on the KCRG streaming platforms, and they will be available in other places too. Mark says, be safe, have a plan. That's correct. If you are included in a warning, that is something to keep in mind. We hammer these home every time, but it's all very straightforward. Tornado warning in particular, get to a safe place. Lowest level, interior room if you're home. If you don't have a basement, that lowest floor is good. If you have a basement, go there. If you are in a tornado warning, cover your head and neck with blankets or pillows or towels, something soft. Protect your head. That could include a bike helmet, and just stay there till the threat is passed. So there you go. Mark asks, is this a hail event? Yes, to a limited degree. Does not look like it's going to be the same as what we saw last week with large hail in terms of some of those very large hailstones too. Instead, there will maybe some embedded quarter-sized hail. There have been occasional reports of some hail mixed in, but at this point, very large hail, non-existent, and widespread or lots of severe hail, also pretty non-existent. So hopefully we can avoid that. I know folks that have been getting those storms are hail weary, and we just don't want to see it. Let's keep it out of here.
Absolutely, and taking a really quick look at some of those storm reports over the last couple of hours that have been related to this line of storms moving through, we're seeing primarily hail reports as this line has progressed from west to east. So we'll kind of, excuse me, take a quick look first at this wind report on the southwest side of Des Moines. They had a report in Winterset of a 65-mile-an-hour wind gust as that storm was moving through. But just to kind of get an idea on these hail size we've been looking at, especially as this line of storms has kind of come together and began to push towards eastern Iowa. Rockwell City at 5:15, or 5:16, so a couple hours ago now. Hail size of 1 inch in diameter, so that's going to be about quarter-sized hail. And then we've got another report off to the west of Atlantic, again about quarter size. South of Carroll, again quarter-sized hail. So it's been pretty consistent in terms of the hail size that's been reported along this storm. It's getting a little hard to read on the screen there, but that last report coming in from Danbury, that's going to be hail size of, again, about quarter-sized hail. So that hail threat is certainly there. It's not, it is non-zero, but at this point, especially compared to some of the hail events we've had over the last couple of weeks, looking to be a lower hail threat overall. But again, some of those storms could certainly have that, along with some stronger winds.
Yep, so that severe thunderstorm watch goes until midnight. Just to give you a big, broad overview, we're not alone tonight. Severe weather stretches all the way down through Kansas into northern Oklahoma, and so that is a factor for many folks here across the central U.S. today. Severe weather outlook includes especially areas of Kansas in terms of getting some of those stronger storms, potentially bigger hail, stronger winds, and they've got that threat for tornadoes too. You can see several tornado warnings northeast of Wichita, between there and Kansas City. Here in eastern Iowa, fortunately, that threat, at least in general, is a little bit lower, and in particular for tornadic activity is a little bit lower too. So at this point, we are going to take a little bit of a pause in terms of our live coverage. We will be back here in just a little bit with additional information. New warnings, of course, we'll jump in immediately, and you'll have more information here. But again, we'll check in just a few minutes. We're going to gather some more information, get our wits about us, and we will be right back. Please stick with us. on. It's still meteorologist Corey Thompson and AJ Rickman here with you for the potential severe weather here in eastern Iowa. The stream going on. We took a little break to analyze and gather some more data and just sort of get stuff together for all the other work that we do here in the off hours in between shows. And we're still watching the same line of storms making its eastward progress. Additional clusters of storms out ahead of it. Those aren't severe, but it's the stuff in central Iowa that we're monitoring pretty closely.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of tornado warnings that have been issued. Most of them at this point have been radar indicated, but there is one where we did get a report of a tornado on the ground in Story County. And that is that storm currently right there, just rolling through the south side of Ames right now, moving off generally towards Marshalltown and Marshall County. But again, it has that observed tag on it, as we have seen that storm that has produced a tornado and tracking off towards the northeast along this line of storms. So let's take a quick look at velocity, see if we can get an idea on where exactly that rotation is going to be located. And again, this storm very close to the radar, so you can get a great view at the lower levels of it. But it looks like what I'm seeing right now is that tightest area of rotation is going to be right there to the southwest of Huxley. And what is Corey, to be completely honest, before I mess it up, do you know how to pronounce this town?
Don't know for sure off the top of my head, but it sure looks like Sheldall to me. We'll just go with that.
That works for me. Apologies to anyone who might be from there or knows how to pronounce the town, but Sheldall, just to the northeast of that. But it looks like right in there, that's kind of where the rotation currently is at its tightest. And we'll take a quick look at the debris detection. Again, at this point, there's a lot going on kind of in the image there. It's a little tough to pick out if there is a definitive debris signature or not. But again, for this storm and for this particular segment of the storm, we've seen rotation, and we've now seen that rotation tighten up enough that there was a report of a tornado. It was reported between Huxley and Slater, and that report came in to the National Weather Service chat right at 7:36. So coming up on about 10 minutes ago. But if you know anyone that is in the path of this storm, and particularly this segment of this line of storms, you're going to want to get in touch with them and tell them to get to their safe space and make sure that they are taking cover, getting out of the way of the storm as well. Of course, it is one of a couple of tornado warnings that have popped up along this storm. At this point, again, none of this is inside of the TV9 viewing area, but this is a line that is advancing our way. So especially with these storms at this point having a bit of a tornado threat, something we are keeping a close eye on as these storms continue to track off in our direction over the next couple of hours. You can see the National Weather Service in Des Moines has just canceled the 2 tornado warnings that were on the that were to the southwest of this larger warning, but have now placed all of Des Moines under a larger tornado warning, going to be for radar indicated for this section. So this segment of the line farther south of that observed tornado in Story County, in this segment of the line here, this is radar indicated, which means there's areas of rotation within the storm, but we have not gotten any reports or radar confirmation of a tornado on the ground. Still, as this line tracks towards Des Moines, again, if you know anyone that is in Des Moines, make sure that you're telling them to take cover and get down to their safe space. The storm also has straight line winds that could be damaging, and also 1-inch hail that's with it. That's going to be about quarter size. But you can see at this point on velocity, let's see if we can pick out some of these areas of rotation. So one spot in particular that stands out to me is going to be this segment, perhaps right in there, just to the south of Waukee and southeast of Waukee, southwest of Clive. But that area right in there where your reds and your greens are pretty close to each other. That's kind of my area of concern that I'm watching. Got some fresh radar data right now. And okay, so with this new data, again, seeing kind of right in there is where I would be watching now for where you've got a little bit of that green that's trying to kind of hook back into the red, and the red that's kind of trying to loop back around towards it. Looks like at this point, fairly broad, not particularly strong. At this point, again, not seeing any evidence of a tornado on the ground. Our debris detection isn't seeing anything in that rotation at this point, again, looks fairly broad. But still, it is tornado warned. So if you're in the path of this storm or know someone who is, make sure that you are getting in touch with them, telling them to get down to their safe space.
Yeah, all good ideas as storms roll through. There will be a new tornado warning for portions of Story and Marshall County. So you can see that just popped up on the screen there. It's for the same storm that had that at least brief report of a tornado in portions of central Iowa. This one goes until 8:30. It's now listed as radar indicated because they haven't had new reports yet. So that is what they are seeing in central Iowa. So it does include areas, very rural western Marshall County. We're talking along Highway 30, north generally of Highway 330, State Center, Melbourne, Rhodes, all involved in the Marshall County area. Marshalltown, not directly involved yet at this point, but the storm will be headed your way, at least generally in that direction. So certainly something to keep certainly your eyes and ears open just in case that changes. Warning could be coming your way a little bit later. But at this point, the majority of Marshall County is not included. It's just that western side. That's really more of an extension of this Story County situation that AJ's been telling you all about. Those two now portions of the line that the National Weather Service has carried on these tornado warnings. Now, we've seen this a little bit earlier this evening too. It's starting to outrun some of its space here. Those severe thunderstorm warnings aren't keeping up with the tornado warnings, if that makes sense. We will see probably new warnings issued out ahead of the line as the front side of that line where the winds will be strongest is starting to get to the edge of those severe thunderstorm warnings. So we could see more areas get new warnings pretty soon.
Absolutely, and that's something we'll of course keep a very close eye on as this line continues to march off towards eastern Iowa. But we've talked about for the last several hours in the last couple of days how as this line of storms moves into eastern Iowa, it is expected to be in a weakening phase. So right now, still a fairly strong line of storms. Very clearly, there is rotation within the line, tornado warnings because of that, and of course that report of an observed tornado in Story County. But as this line continues to move through as we go through the rest of the night, we are expecting it to weaken. Now, something that is kind of sticking out to me that I've kind of been observing and thinking about as we've gone through the afternoon is that these storms that are out ahead of this main line going through Cedar Rapids just to the east of Iowa City and Washington, something that can sometimes happen is when you get this activity that develops out ahead of the main line, it can kind of use up some of that available energy, some of that warm, moist air that the main line of storms would need to maintain its strength as it moves into the area. So that could potentially contribute to the demise of this line of storms as it continues to track off to the east. Again, we are expecting it to be in a weakening phase, especially now that we're getting to the end of the day. There's not as much warmth and heating available from the sun as it's about to set on us for the night. But again, in addition to the sun setting and us having less available energy due to that, something that'll be worth keeping a close eye on is how this line of storms holds together once it crosses into areas close to Cedar Rapids, Iowa City, and Washington. Depending on how much energy this area of storms out ahead of it uses up, again, we could see that there's really not much warm, moist air and really not much fuel left for those storms to feed off of once they make it to that area in that part of eastern Iowa. So that could perhaps accelerate their weakening a little bit.
Yep, everything you just said is something that the Storm Prediction Center is watching too. Let's see if I can pull it up if it's too fresh. No, it's not, it's there. So that red area they're circulating, the same area that's under that severe thunderstorm watch. They give updates on these things as they go through, and Storm Prediction Center says the severe weather threat continues in this area for a little bit longer. However, they are noticing at least some signs of weakening at this point. Damaging winds still the main threat. If a tornado were to develop, we have those warnings that we've been talking about. It would be brief and weak, most likely. So they are not super concerned about that, which is why they went with that severe thunderstorm watch primarily instead of a tornado watch. AJ's factors they just described, that mass of storms out ahead of it that is not severe, but is perhaps going to interfere a little bit with some of that activity. That is something that will be at play too. However, one thing that they did mention, and that we can sort of verify with you here, was that they've seen a little bit of a downturn in lightning with this line of storms. And I'm going to try to zoom. So this up in the corner is where we're looking here. That is our lightning counter. And so I was trying to move the radar picture so that you can't see the storms in eastern Iowa. We're not concerned about what lightning they're making. But this has about 750 lightning strikes right now, as of right now. Let's take it back an hour. Had about 1,228. Wow. And so that's a pretty big reduction in lightning activity over the course of an hour. It's down about, what, a third or something like that? And so just very quick back of the hand math. So not seeing as much lightning can indicate that storms may be weakening a little bit. Now, this can obviously change quite a bit. And when you move it to a statewide view, there's a lot more lightning taking place in eastern Iowa with those scattered storms. But that's what the Storm Prediction Center is looking at. Of course, they're the experts above all in terms of really being in tune with the severe weather threats all around the country. And they're seeing that. And so that kind of all goes hand in hand with what you have seen too, AJ. So that's good. Good that we're seeing folks agree. That is helpful.
Yes, of course, with something like the weather, where it is, in a way, predicting the future, having agreement can always be kind of a confidence boost, at least in terms of what is going to be happening. So always a good thing to have.
Speaking of what's going to be happening,
yes.
What's going to be happening, AJ?
So let's take the timing as we go through the rest of our evening. Let's move Pinpoint Futurecast ahead a little bit towards your 8 o'clock hour, which is coming up here in just a few minutes. Now, it does look like this model, the graph looks to be a little bit ahead on where that line of storms is. So take this with a grain of salt, perhaps. This might project those storms moving in a little bit faster than they will in reality. But as we get towards your 9 o'clock hour, we'll be watching for that line of storms to begin to catch up with that cluster of shower and storm activity that's been developing out ahead of it this afternoon. But bulk of the activity by that point moving into a good portion of eastern Iowa. Cedar Rapids, Iowa City, that initial push of activity by that point working its way into Dubuque by the time we get to 9 p.m. about an hour from now. From that point, by 10 o'clock, we'll see that line of storms kind of congeal into that initial push of activity that, again, currently is producing lightning through eastern Iowa, and that gets towards the Mississippi River. By 11 o'clock, the front end of the line is moving off into Wisconsin and Illinois. Now, the front end of the line typically is going to be where your strongest winds are, and in this type of setup, going to be where your highest tornado risk is as well. So by 11 o'clock, we'll be seeing the severe threat really starting to wind down in our eastern counties and moving out of the area. But before then, again, keep in mind, we're expecting this line to be in a bit of a weakening phase as it pushes through eastern Iowa. So even before 11 o'clock, we'll perhaps be watching for that potential for that severe risk to have already been diminishing. Now, by the time we get to midnight, it continues to push off, and you can see a few lingering showers overnight, but at that point, the severe risk really is out of the area. And by your Friday morning commute, dry conditions.
And yeah, that again has been the story running up to this day of potentially very stormy weather, was the fact that things would generally lose a bit of their punch at those times, and so far we're seeing that play out. But there is a new severe thunderstorm warning, includes portions of Marshall as well as Hardin and Grundy counties, so we will need to pause here from our internet live stream coverage, join folks on KCRG TV9 at least briefly, and hopefully not disrupt the NFL draft too much. Please stand by. I'm meteorologist Corey Thompson here with an update from the First Alert Weather Lab on a new severe thunderstorm warning that includes portions of Hardin as well as Grundy and Marshall County. Goes until 8:45. 60-mile-per-hour winds are the main threat here, as well as perhaps some not severe but penny-sized hail. There's also some rotation within this line of storms from time to time. At this point, a tornado warning not warranted for the area that is under this warning. So we'll go ahead and put a storm track on it here. It's moving to the east at about 30 miles per hour. It's taking its time at this time. So it'll be near the Eldora area at about 8:12, Wellsburg closer to 8:21, Marietta at 8:32, Grundy Center. You're not in this warning, but the storms will be close to you at about 8:47. Of course, further down the line, we're talking toward the Waterloo-Cedar Falls area between 9:15 and 9:30. These storms, again, have the potential to produce some gusty winds. We haven't had a ton of reports of severe weather with these as they move through, but there are still the potential to produce a little bit of it. Far western Marshall County has included a tornado warning until 8:30 for a little bit of radar indicated rotation. There was a brief tornado south of Ames earlier this evening. Lots to watch, and we will be watching it very carefully here in eastern Iowa. A severe thunderstorm watch continues until midnight. We'll have all the latest information as conditions warrant. If additional warnings are issued, we will be back with more information, but for now, we'll get you back to the NFL Draft. Stay with your trusted local news and weather source, KCRG TV 9. All right, we are back here on our weather stream again, live. Thanks for bearing with us there. Join the folks on KCRG. Of course, we've got the NFL Draft live there tonight, and so we're trying to balance things with them. So that new severe thunderstorm warning, as mentioned, for portions of Grundy, Hardin, and Marshall. But we've got storms hanging around other parts of eastern Iowa, too. AJ, you were checking out some of our city cams.
Absolutely, yeah. So far, Cedar Rapids is the one that has the, wow, look at that lightning, but has at this point one of the best views of some of these storms as they are moving through. Again, at this point, this is with that batch of storms that's out ahead of the main line. We haven't gotten any severe warnings on it. At this point, no definitive signs of these storms being strong to severe, but certainly they have heavy rain, frequent lightning, as you can see there in our Cedar Rapids city cam, and just a little bit of an ominous look to them as they are rolling overhead. So if you are in the path of some of that shower activity as we go through the rest of this evening, something you'll certainly want to be aware of. If you have any plans this evening, especially before that main line of storms rolls through, you'll want to make sure that you are keeping that umbrella or that rain jacket handy. Yep. Here's a kind of a broad look at where those showers and storms are right now. We'll zoom in and kind of focus on these just for a second. We're seeing they're moving off to the kind of northeast, moving towards Prairie du Chien. If you're up there, you're about to see some of those storms roll through your area. Stretching a little farther south, those showers and storms moving through Manchester, just off to the west of Dyersville. They'll be getting in on some of that action here in pretty short order. Farther south, again, Cedar Rapids, you just saw that storm passing by in our Cedar Rapids city cam, and then that activity continues to develop and pop up down near Williamsburg, North English, Sigourney, just to the west of Washington. And then again, Ottumwa and Fairfield currently seeing some of the south end of that action, but you can see more showers and storms developing to the south, and they will continue to track off to the northeast ahead of this larger main line of storms that is bringing our primary severe threat as we go through the rest of the evening.
Yep, and a big broad view of that in terms of where those storms are headed. Again, this is averaging a speed of about 35 miles per hour to the east. We've seen that vary a little bit in terms of what the latest reading from the National Weather Service is in that forward motion. But all of eastern Iowa will see at least some rain, it looks like, tonight. The intensity of the storms will likely continue to diminish a little bit the farther east it gets, but if they hold together, it'd be closer to Waterloo-Cedar Falls, again, about 9 to 9:30. Oskaloosa, you'll be involved about that same time. Elkader, which is much farther east, not the initial storms that AJ was just showing you, but this line would get closer to about 10:10. Cedar Rapids area, closer to 10:30. Iowa City maybe a little bit closer to 10:30 to 11, and Dubuque would be about 11:30. Now again, as they go later into the evening, not necessarily expecting much trouble in terms of severe weather the farther east they get, which is why that severe thunderstorm watch, at least at this point, only extends about halfway into the TV9 viewing area, because they are expecting Storm Prediction Center, National Weather Service, and we really all kind of on the same page here, expecting those storms to continue to diminish a little bit. But that doesn't mean that you're not going to see storms or heavy rain or small hail or gusty winds. That storm that you were talking about, AJ, on top of Cedar Rapids with those pictures from our Cedar Rapids city cam, National Weather Service issued a statement. So not a warning, but something that's close to it, a special weather statement for it could produce 50-mile-an-hour winds or some small hail. So it's close to being severe. It's a strong storm for sure. And of course, lightning is deadly in itself. So we want you to stay inside as storms move through. That's the best bet.
Absolutely. And you know, even if they're not severe warned, like you said, Corey, make sure that you are taking it seriously and making sure you're kind of getting out of the way of it as these storms are moving through. I'm currently trying to get our one of our other models up to date here, and it is being a little difficult with me. But trying to kind of get an idea on where these storms are going to be tracking and getting the specific timing for you as we go through the rest of our night tonight. So we're watching as these storms, again, still sitting just off to the east of, or excuse me, just off to the west of the TV9 viewing area, but they'll continue to track off in our direction and move through as we go through the next several hours. They'll be, again, in a weakening phase. Here we go. So let's kind of talk about the timing of this as these move through. Here we are, just after 8 o'clock, and they're still just sitting off to our west. Those line of storms will be moving through, and again, we're expecting to see them weaken a bit as they move in, but getting close to Waterloo, Tama by the time we get to 10 o'clock. Again, keep in mind this line of storms fairly slow moving, but then continuing to push off, and you'll notice, kind of backtracking here, by 10 o'clock, still seeing some of those showers and storms that are ahead of the line. We're expecting to see all of that kind of merge together by the time we get to 10, 11 o'clock, and that'll be about the time we're seeing it moving into Cedar Rapids, Iowa City, and Washington. From that point, continues to push off towards the east, getting to Dubuque, Maquoketa, some of our far eastern counties by the time we get to your midnight hour, and then that line continues to trek off and is across the Mississippi River by the time we get to about 2 o'clock Friday morning. Still seeing lingering shower activity across eastern Iowa, so once the initial line of storms is through your area, your severe threat will diminish, but you'll still see some lingering shower activity through the overnight. But as we push this out to the start of your Friday morning commute, 6 a.m., again, other than a sprinkle maybe along the Mississippi River, we are expecting dry conditions, a few clouds perhaps early on Friday, but notice by the time we get to your noon hour, skies are turning mostly sunny. Those northerly winds are going to pull in some drier air as well. So it's going to be a little cooler and a little drier, but overall, really the end of the week looking fantastic in terms of weather, a great time to be outside.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty safe bet. Even though things will be a little bit cooler, they're not going to be that bad. So folks worried that we were going to lose some of that summer-like feel. Yeah, we are. It's not going to be the same as it has been, but in terms of comfortableness, we're still going to keep that going. So we got 2 warnings that touch the TV9 viewing area. The one that includes portions of western Grundy County as well as much of Hardin and western Marshall County, you see there, goes until 8:45 for 60-mile-per-hour winds and some penny-sized hail. Radar indication of some minor rotation within this line of storms. They're keeping an eye on it. But at this point, that tornado warning that includes eastern Story and western Marshall County, which I believe goes until 8:30, it is looking at this point to be, the rotation is pretty weak at this point, and if non-existent. So I'm not super concerned about that at this point. I would not be surprised if they just sort of let that warning go or cancel it early. Yeah, not much to see there as you pull it up, AJ.
Yeah, kind of looking here, and like you said, not seeing a ton of, certainly we have seen it stronger at certain points of the evening. So that one hopefully does continue to weaken as it approaches eastern Iowa, and then we will watch for, again, hopefully that weakening trend to continue as it is expected to weaken, not just this cell, but the entire line as we go through the rest of this evening.
Mm-hmm. And it's been, you know, it's changed from time to time. It's come up and come down in terms of some of that rotation. There was a report near Des Moines earlier of a little bit of a gusty wind. The airport there, which is on the south side of the metro, had a report of 59-mile-per-hour winds, so we at least had some truth there in the Polk County area. They're still watching for rotation near the city, pretty close to Pleasant Hill right now for folks that are familiar, so that'd be headed up toward Altoona and a little bit farther to the northeast. But in terms of that severe weather threat elsewhere, so far so good. Our Sigourney City Cam, looking off to the south, we've got a wet lens, so things are a little blurry, but you see occasional flashes of lightning. Sigourney at this point kind of in between storms, the heavier storm off to your south and southeast, likely to stay to your south and southeast. And of course our Cedar Rapids City Cam also showing still quite a bit of lightning in the Lynn County area, pretty much all of Lynn County except for over towards Springville and Mount Vernon, getting involved in some pretty decent rainfall at this point. Likely a little bit of wind gusts to it and perhaps a little bit of small hail too, although we haven't had reports of that at this point, which is good to see. Couple of questions from our YouTube chat. Let's get back to them. We've got, what kind of rain amounts are we expecting? That's a good question. AJ, if you want to effort that,
Most certainly.
feel free. Mark says, best part, no snow. You're going to get no argument from the people that are on this stream right now. But speaking for our chief meteorologist, he disagrees, but you know, he also knows, he's a realist. He knows it's late April. Just got to the stream, Brad says, by the time you get to Cedar County area, what are the sustained wind gust speeds expected to be? So there is a chance that by the time it still gets over to that way, that we could see some wind gusts that would be in the 50 to 60 mile per hour range. I do think that by the time that this line gets to Cedar County, it will be a decent amount weaker. And so I do highlight that as a potential, but of course things can change. That's why we keep an eye on it so closely. Corey, excellent name, asks, how's Belle Plaine looking? Similar story of storms that are moving through. We will show you Belle Plaine on the radar, pinpoint Doppler radar here in just a second. AJ's pulled up our rainfall expectation. This is kind of in total. This is not on top of, if you're seeing storms right now, what we're going to get, but how much is it looking at?
Absolutely. So again, yeah, this is kind of the rain, or this is the prediction for how much rain we were looking at before those storms rolled through and developed this afternoon. So take this timeline, say noon earlier today through Friday morning. We are going to be looking at the potential for up to an inch in some spots, especially where those storms are tracking through right now. You guys are kind of getting an early dose of rainfall before that main line moves through a little bit later, and you can actually see that reflected pretty accurately with that little swath of heavier precipitation forecasted just to the northeast of where Cedar Rapids is. So some pretty good rainfall from this round of rain moving through. Of course, with the growing season getting started, always a good thing to have. Our drought monitor came out today, and it has been improving steadily throughout the spring. At this point, little to no drought across eastern Iowa. Certainly good news for farmers, gardeners, anybody with growing interests, or who just enjoy seeing green lawns. So plenty of rain as this next round moves through, and there'll be a good soaking rainfall even after that initial line pushes through. Those lingering showers behind the main line of storms will add to it overnight.
Yep, that's the good news there. We are happy to keep things modest. I don't think we're going to see, I don't know, what do you think, AJ? Is flash flooding a huge concern? I know there's stuff out ahead of it in sort of that line that we showed you earlier with where we kind of drew on top of it. Again, not really exiting this sort of central portion of the viewing area just yet. So that could add up, could become a concern eventually.
A little, yeah, absolutely. And if you were to see a flash flood warning, my guess would be right there in that highlighted spot between those two arrows, because not only do you have the cells that are kind of tracking over the same area over and over and over, so you're getting the same spot with repeated rounds of rainfall. That'll be where your highest rainfall totals are. You can see by the bright reds and oranges on your radar map some pretty heavy rain in those showers and storms as well. But that initial round plus that line moving in later, if you were to get a flash flood warning, that would be where I'd be looking for it. And although rivers are elevated, at this point I have not seen any that are nearing major flooding.
Certainly.
So again, I would not be too concerned about a flash flood warning. If you were to get one, it would be in that area that you had highlighted.
Now, somebody, I believe it was Corey, asked earlier about Belle Plaine. Let's see if Belle Plaine pops up here. Nope, wants to be difficult. But align yourself in that sort of area here as we get these other cities that get involved. Tama at about 9:10 with these storms moving in. Vinton by 9:53, Marengo by 10:05. And so between Tama and Marengo, about halfway, vaguely, is Belle Plaine. And so you would be somewhere in between that, 9:30-ish, perhaps, with this line of storms moving in, potentially with some gusty winds and maybe a little bit of small hail, too. So far, again, not a ton of reports of that. Did just see one catching up, quarter-sized hail in Polk County. So, yeah, there's occasional reports. Again, occasional. Now, part of it always is, are these storms moving over places where people live? That is a factor with storm reports and whether or not we are able to actually detect what is going on with storms as they're moving through and strengthening. So now that they're moving through more populated areas of central Iowa, we'll at least have a pretty good idea of what's going on. This tornado warning, National Weather Service, I believe, kept it going. Goes until 8:30 for western Marshall County. No new information here for a little bit, but they did have a report at 8:01 of a weather spotter saw a funnel cloud near Collins. So that was a little while ago. But in terms of new information, nothing there. Same story, I think, down toward the Des Moines area. It's still radar indicated, but it is an area that's moving through that portion of Polk County. So that's why that tornado warning continues there. I'm going to put on the velocity view just to take a look and see what we've got. It would be this area on the east side of Des Moines where you'd have a little bit of rotation near Pleasant Hill, kind of where that line bends a little bit. But no, there's a lot of people there. If something was happening, we probably would be hearing about it. And so far, I believe, no reports coming in from the National Weather Service, which is also good to hear. They did just issue a new tornado warning farther south. That's pretty far away, though, so we're not going to concern ourselves too much about it. But it is farther south toward the Iowa-Missouri border in those areas. Again, pretty far away from a radar site there, so you're basing it on some rotation that is tough to be a little more sure on. If you're really close to the radar, you've got some good confidence, especially within these lines. So something to look out for there.
Absolutely. And as this line continues to move through, we've been, again, expecting it to be on a weakening trend as we are going through the evening. And this is our radar image from 7:17, so about an hour ago. And something I did want to point out, as this line of storms is expected to begin weakening here over the next couple of hours, potentially starting to see the first signs of that weakening trend. So again, this is your radar image from an hour ago, right at 7:15. At this point, there were two areas of pretty strong rotation, and they are still tornado warned. But let's skip ahead to where we are right now. What I want you to pay attention to is the difference in color. Specifically, as we jump ahead to now, a lot more or a lot less intense coloration. You're not seeing quite as many of those deep reds, deep purples. Again, kind of doing a quick then and now. Line looks like it potentially is losing just a little bit of its punch and a little bit of its intensity. So certainly a trend that we will continue to keep an eye on as we have gone through the evening. The sun is setting, and we're losing some of that fuel for these storms, some of that warm, moist air that they feed on to kind of continue and maintain their strength. And the other thing, again, that we talked about previously that we're keeping an eye on is there are these storms that are currently ongoing off to the east and over near Cedar Rapids, Iowa City, up near Manchester. Those are also using up some of that fuel and energy that this main line of storms is going to rely on as it tracks into eastern Iowa. So with less fuel available, there's certainly, again, that expectation that this line of storms will continue its weakening trend. And it does look like that tornado warning has been canceled for that northern little area of rotation we've been keeping an eye on that was tracking into Marshall County.
Yep, weekend, according to the National Weather Service, which makes sense. We were seeing it on our view here too. So again, nice when everyone agrees and plays along nicely, but that indication of rotation is really weakened, And they do say that some of the wind with this storm is starting to get out ahead of the precipitation, and so it's sort of cutting off that potential for rotation there. But the warning shrunk down in Polk County, but still goes on east of Des Moines in the suburbs off that direction. So now it's down to one warning here in eastern Iowa, a severe thunderstorm warning as highlighted here for Hamilton, which is west of the area, Hardin, Marshall, and Grundy County until 8:45. 60-mile-per-hour winds still the main threat with these storms. And that's what we're watching. So those are the storms to look out for. And again, the warnings carry on all the way down to the Iowa-Missouri border. And so not necessarily out of the woods yet, but it's looking, as AJ has been pointing out, the reasons why we're feeling a little bit better about it. It's looking a little bit better. We are going to have to look at what happens when these storms get a little bit further east of Des Moines. Sometimes you can get a little bit of effect from storms happening right on top of the radar to make things a little bit obscured sometimes, but it's usually not a very strong effect. So when you see some weakening, you usually feel pretty good about it in terms of what's going on. So that's what we got at this point. AJ, you're seeing temperatures beginning to change. This is a cold front moving through. It's not going to be like a sharp Arctic front, but it does bring change. And the rain obviously is playing a factor here too.
Absolutely. As those storms are moving through, the initial gust of cold air that you're going to feel is going to be rain, cool air coming out of that line of storms as it pushes through the area. If you're seeing showers right now to the north of Cedar Rapids and down near Iowa City and Washington, of course, you know exactly what that rain, cool air feels like. But behind it, you can see that pretty sharp gradient where that line of storms is currently tracking through the area. And that's going to be your divide between your, that line right there. Off to the east of it, that's more of your warm, more unstable air that the storms will be feeding on. And once they pass through, well, this is what you have to look forward to as we go through the rest of the night tonight. We'll see temperatures dropping down into the 50s as those storms push through. And then again, that shower activity eventually comes to an end by the time we get to your Friday. Now I do want to take a look at dew points. Okay, so we have some drier air working in as well, especially up in the northwestern corner of the state. 36 in Sioux City, 44 in Spencer's current dew point. And as we look ahead to your Friday, that's coming our way. So today was, and really yesterday too, the last couple of days have been fairly warm. Humidity's been increasing each and every day, and often before these fronts push through and these storms arrive, that's exactly what we see with those temperatures and dew points and humidity both climbing. Behind them, as those northwesterly winds kick in behind that front, we'll see that cooler and drier air working its way into eastern Iowa. So that's going to set us up for a very pleasant end to the week. Highs tomorrow, cooler than today, but keep in mind today was a pretty warm day. So a 10-15 degree temperature drop, that's going to put us in the mid to upper 60s for highs across the area on Friday. Plenty of sunshine, dry conditions. If you have the chance to get outside tomorrow, whether it's before or after work and school, do it. It's going to be great. The weather's going to be awesome for it. But again, before that nice weather arrives for the end of the week, we do have this line of showers and storms to contend with. So let's kind of zoom in. Again, get another look at what we're seeing here as that line of storms pushes through. Primary risk at this point does seem to be damaging winds. At different points as this line is approached, we have seen areas of rotation, and one of them did produce a tornado in Story County. But at this point, that specific area of rotation in Story County is weakened, and we are keeping an eye on that other area of rotation just to the northeast of Des Moines that at this point is radar indicated, so that would tell us that there is no immediate evidence that this storm is producing a tornado. Let's see, and again, right there you can kind of see in your velocity where your area of rotation would be. Right in there where your reds and your greens are kind of getting close to each other and kind of, again, kind of hooking into each other a little bit. That's your area of rotation. If this were to become tighter and stronger and produce a tornado, that would be where your area of concern is for that to happen. Quick look at tornado debris detection. Nothing definitive on radar telling us that there is a tornado on the ground lifting debris into the atmosphere. Not at all surprising, given that the warning is for a radar indicated tag. And again, although there is rotation within this section of the line of storms, not seeing anything super, super strong or definitive that would indicate that we have an imminent tornado threat.
All right, let's take a wide view again of what's going on kind of around the country. We've got an area in central United States that's got very conducive conditions for severe weather. You can see it stretching from southern Minnesota down toward portions of Oklahoma at this point. One warning in Minnesota, a handful in Iowa, handful in Kansas, Missouri, and Oklahoma. Just to give you an idea of our severe weather outlook, I'm going to show you where that stands at this point. The update from the Storm Prediction Center does include portions of the state. It does look like it's shrunk a little bit at this point in terms of who's involved. So yeah, it goes to about Cedar Rapids and Iowa City. That really lines up with our thinking this whole time in terms of where the biggest severe weather threat would be. So you're talking toward Buchanan County, not Delaware County, Dubuque County potentially involved as well. But that is fairly limited at this point. It does look like they issued a new severe thunderstorm warning toward the Des Moines area, but that's way off that direction. You can see, though, in terms of severe weather, from Highway 20 down to the south, that new warning for Des Moines, Kansas, Missouri, southwest Kansas City, Wichita, involved in a severe thunderstorm warning, but potentially fairly significant storm taking place in Oklahoma. We've got a tornado warning in there, Garfield County, observed tornado, and the reason why it's highlighted in pink is that's what's considered a tornado emergency for some small communities out there, but it's scary stuff. Oklahoma, that's the traditional thought of Tornado Alley, right? So hopefully folks are okay there and things don't turn out as bad as they could, but the storm there, pretty serious. Here in Iowa, back home, we have these storms going on right now. They are moving off to the east. A couple questions in the YouTube chat, or a couple of comments. Pouring rain, Steve says, in Marion. That was a little bit ago. No surprise, we've got plenty of that going on still. Some other comments that we're keeping an eye on. Sorry, just pulling up the information a little bit better so I can see it. Renegade Roach says, Chad, are we cooked? I don't think so.
I don't think we're cooked.
Yeah, I think that's our professional opinion. I think we're in pretty good shape. Van Horn, will Van Horn get by a tornado at all? You can never say never because, again, we have seen occasional spin-ups here within this line of storms. National Weather Service did go ahead and issue a new tornado warning for portions of Polk and Jasper County. There apparently was a tornado report from ham radio near Pleasant Hill, which I know that you've been looking at, AJ. We'll show you that here in just a second. But in terms of Van Horn, tornadic activity, again, is on the secondary threat today. This storm will get to Van Horn at about 9:50 or so, close to 10 o'clock. Same story there. There's thunder there. Colesburg, are they going to get storms off to the west? Yeah, these storms will continue off to the east. However, Colesburg is even outside that yellow slight risk area at this point up in Delaware County. So the storms that are moving in likely in a weakening phase. But of course, you've still got this batch of activity that's really close. Going to provide plenty of rain and lightning, maybe a little bit of wind. Another user asks about the Marengo area. Second round, how bad do we expect it to get? Is there a tornado threat there? Marengo, of course, for our friends down in Iowa County. Let's take a look at how we can get things in line here. Bear with me as I have the wrong tool out for the radar. There's Marengo. You can see it as Highway 6 moves through Iowa County. Storms will be there close to, again, 10 o'clock or a little bit after as they progress to the east. Tornadic threat, again, cannot be fully ruled out, although, again, the threat and trend here will be for the storms to continue to weaken. And so we're watching that closely. AJ, you're looking at that storm near Des Moines.
Indeed. So this is the storm that had the lingering final tornado warning on it. And we'd previously looked at it and I'd kind of seen rotation there, but it does look like with the fresh round of data, it's tightened up a little bit. We've seen some strength in the rotation, specifically right in there where you see those lighter pinks in the wind that is blowing away from the radar site. So that's going to indicate that stronger winds, stronger rotation, as the winds blowing away from the radar kind of push out this way, and winds blowing towards the radar kind of hook in. So again, right in here, going to be your area of concern for rotation. And if you'll notice that tag on the warning, observed. So again, like Corey mentioned, we did have a report of confirmation of that tornado at 8:04 from Pleasant Hill. That was sent in by ham radio. So again, we'll take a quick look at this storm, see if we can get any definitive sign of debris being lofted. Not seeing anything definitive, but again, observed tornado. There was a report of it on the ground. So if you are outside of eastern Iowa, but paying attention to our stream, and if you are in the path of this storm, you are going to want to get to your safe space right now. So let's put a quick storm track on this, because again, it's to the west of Des Moines and it's tracking off towards the northeast. It's had a motion to it. Specifically the rotating part of the storm has been moving off at about 25 miles an hour to the northeast. So let's take that area and expand it out here over the next hour and a half or so. So this area of rotation is expected to track off towards Colfax by 8:47, Newton by 9:10, Kellogg by 9:28, Laurel by 9:39, Grinnell by the time we get to 9:51, and then Dunbar by the time we get to 9:57. So again, that's the part of the storm that has had rotation with it, and we have now seen that rotation tighten up enough that we now have gotten a report, again at 8:04, so coming up on about 25 minutes ago now, of that storm that had produced a tornado and now has a history of producing a tornado. So again, this is just to the west of Des Moines, tracking off towards the north and east.
Good news is, though, it does, to me, and please, if you feel differently, AJ, tell me I'm wrong. But it looks like it may be trying to cut it off a little bit. The rain's kind of surging out a little bit, and that might cut off the circulation, which would be good.
I am seeing that. Still looks like possibly some old data on the velocity, but that'll be updating here in just a second. But again, I'm kind of at least looking at the radar side of things. Let's switch over to a different look of radar here. Bear with me, folks. Okay, so a lot of times when you see these areas of rotation within these storms, you're looking for a little bit of a notch, kind of an area of red or yellow that kind of pushes out and does like a little bit of a notch, or in extreme cases, almost a little bit of a hook on the front side of the line. Not seeing that as much right now. Let's check the velocity again. Okay, so still showing a little bit of rotation in the velocity, but let's try a different look at it. Okay, there we go. Got some fresh data now. So it has moved up towards Prairie City. Still some rotation there. Not seeing it. There we go. Okay, so again, yeah, I agree with you, Corey. It looks like the rotation not quite as strong as it was in that last radar scan. I'm not seeing any more of those pinks and kind of magenta colors that were in the red section just south of Prairie City. In other words, the wind blowing away from the radar. Still some rotation, certainly, and the storm is still tornado warned, but you're right, it does look like it is weakening a little bit, and that's often the case of what we end up seeing with tornadoes that form along these lines of storms. That the tornadoes that do form, they're very quick spin-up tornadoes, typically don't get exceptionally strong and don't last for an exceptionally long time.
Indeed. So hopefully we can see that continue to weaken and maybe go away completely. That'd be excellent.
Absolutely.
Question from Riley in the YouTube chat, which of course you can ask questions. We'll try to help you out here when we are able. Will Clayton County get hit hard? Depends on how hard of a hit you are questioning about. Some gusty winds could come along with this portion of the line. That's sort of more in line for Clayton County area. It would get there between about 10 to 10:30, depending on what part of the county you're in. Of course, you're seeing some of those other scattered storms move in, and you may see that too. But in terms of severe weather, it does look like that northern portion of the line especially is way more diffuse and not as strong looking as anything south of Highway 20. So I think Clayton County will be in a little bit better shape. We've got another question. Will Cedar Rapids be okay? Well, I do think we will be okay, but the storms will get here. We're obviously seeing some of that activity It's been pretty persistent over the Lynn County area over the last little while in terms of producing heavy downpours and frequent lightning. I'm going to turn on the lightning tracker here just to see where we're at with that. Yeah, tons of it in Lynn County for sure. And so that will continue for a little while, and then we may see a little bit of a lull or just less continuous activity as we may see some of this area that's down in Iowa County and Johnson County. That's kind of what's coming, and it's a little less intense that way. So hopefully we can get that out of here. And then in terms of what is coming from the west, similar story. Storms will continue to weaken a bit as they approach the Cedar Rapids area, but they will potentially still have a little bit of strength to it, 10:30 or so toward the period of time. Whitten and Hardin County, you're getting out of the action at this point. The strongest storms are on the eastern portion of the county, and so that is moving out, fortunately, at this point. We are seeing that you'll still see rain and thunder for a little while longer, but severe weather threat at this point, once that heaviest rain, unless you're in the eastern part of the county where the warning continues, is going to be over. Brad asks, any hail in this one this time? And hail reports have been limited. Quarter-sized hail report was the latest one we got from the Des Moines area. Otherwise, it's been mostly smaller than that. In terms of a repeat of the hail that we saw recently, no, not like that. We're not going to see 2-inch hailstones. I think that is pretty much out of the question today. The atmosphere just does not support it. Marilyn says, why do I have to be so petrified of storms? I hate this. Get it, Marilyn. I, in a younger life, was also very scared of storms. And so it's a lot to get used to. Luckily, just as long as you do things that you help keep you calm, keep an eye on things, more information is good. We always say, be prepared, not scared. And so knowing what to do if a bad storm comes your way obviously can help. And so you just know and take that action when that happens. Otherwise, it's just one of those things that comes with life in Iowa, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But that's why we're here too, to help keep you informed and help to keep you safe.
Absolutely. And one anecdote that is, for those of you who are worried about the storms, some good news. We've seen worse so far this spring. We have had severe weather setups that have been more favorable to producing strong to severe storms. As we've talked about, especially in terms of hail in particular, we've seen worse so far this year than what we are expecting tonight. So, of course, those who have been impacted by the storms previously, especially with the hail events that have gone through, heart goes out to you guys. Hope you all are kind of recovering as best you can from it. But with this round of storms, in terms of the hail threat, again, like we've talked about, not as much of a threat there. And this one, fortunately, expected to be weakening as it goes through. So I would say, based on the data we're seeing so far, we have seen much worse this spring. For sure. And I think that's a good case, and I think things will continue to weaken a little bit. Question about Swisher and Shoeyville. Yeah, there's been lots of storm activity, lots of lightning for sure. Probably, loud thunder moving in the area, and we'll go ahead and put that radar back on. It's more interesting to see the radar than see me see the radar. Swisher and Shoeyville getting involved, but starting to see at least some of that activity move a little bit farther out. You can see all those little lightning strike icons, though. So no doubt, I bet there has been some pretty good amount of heavy rain and lightning, and probably window-shaking thunder, too. Did get some folks say that they heard some hail or experienced some hail in northwest Cedar Rapids or near Marion. Any estimate for folks that are saying that in the YouTube chat? Any thought of how big? Was it pretty small stuff? Our hail path information? Oh, yeah, the west side could have got involved, potentially. Steve says pea-sized. I would suspect most of it would be, but some of this potentially over toward Highway 100, way out west by Covington, could have been close to nickel to quarter-sized. No severe weather reports at this point, but that's interesting. So you can see where that swath toward that portion of town, that portion of the cell just kind of moved right through there, and another one that got a little bit in Marion. So Cedar Rapids may have seen a little bit of hail. And I am seeing in our chat with the National Weather Service that an amateur radio operator an amateur radio trained spotter did report pea-sized hail at C Avenue and Boyson Road in Cedar Rapids. Lasted about 30 seconds starting around 8:30. So that would track pretty well with some of those reports we're getting in the YouTube chat. So thank you guys for reporting that in.
Yep, for sure. And yeah, one of the other folks said approximately nickel size. So that would be pretty consistent with what the radar was showing there too. Another comment, is it in Des Moines? I assume you mean the storms. They are. The tornado warning at this point is east of Des Moines proper, but it does include eastern portions of Polk and Jasper counties. The rotation, as AJ's been tracking it, at this point, I think probably has continued to probably weaken a bit. Yeah, I would say so, probably looking off the air. AJ's got CityCam from Cedar Rapids pulled up where you can see lots of lightning, lots of rain involved too.
Absolutely. We've been keeping an eye on our Cedar Rapids CityCam. We've gotten some great views of some of those storms as they have tracked through during this afternoon. So or rather through the evening, but you can see right there the latest round of storm activity moving through. Again, these are not officially severe warned. Looks like there is a special weather statement that has been issued for Buchanan, Delaware, Jones, and Lynn counties in Iowa. Essentially, that's saying that the storm is not strong enough to meet severe criteria, so you would not see a severe thunderstorm warning on those storms. But we've gotten reports of some P to perhaps nickel-sized hail in some of these stronger storms. As you can see, frequent lightning, very heavy rain falling. So if you're out and about this evening or have plans to go out and about, these storms are certainly the type of thing that would have quite a big impact on your evening. And we'll continue to watch them track over portions of eastern Iowa ahead of this main line that is expected to be working through the area. But again, that image right there says it all on our Cedar Rapids CityCam. Even with the non-severe storms, very heavy rainfall, and
yeah, it's kind of blinding rainfall at this point.
It is, yeah. Frequent lightning mixed in there too.
Yeah, I know we're looking off into the distance there, so we're getting some effect from that. But yeah, that's pretty heavy rainfall. And yeah, the lightning is certainly pretty strong. But at this point, it looks like the severe thunderstorm warning that was in effect for portions of Grundy County in Marshall and Hardin counties, I believe the National Weather Service is going to let those expire. They were until 8:45, and let me double check what they have said about this. Getting the latest information. It popped off one of my screens here. Yes, has weakened and exiting the warned area, so the warning will be allowed to expire. Small hail, gusty winds still possible with these storms. So that is just further sort of confirmation about what we've been saying, which is that these storms are tending to lose some of their strength, and that is a good sign. So now we have no warnings once this one drops off our display, basically north of Interstate 80 at this point. And so that does limit the overall area affected. Of course, lots of folks live south of Interstate 82, and those will be an issue potentially for those still going forward. Still severe thunderstorm warnings and some embedded tornado warnings headed out that direction. AJ, it's getting around bedtime for a bunch of us. Yep, keep an eye out. I would say, that's Brad asking the question. I'd say sleep safely, keep an eye out at this point. If you have the weather radio, turn on those notifications loud for your phone. Make sure you're not on Do Not Disturb, as I often am as I go to bed. But in terms of this being something to stay up for, if you typically go to bed and you've got an early rise for tomorrow, I wouldn't ruin your sleep schedule if you don't have to. Storms are still another hour to hour and a half away from Cedar Rapids and Iowa City, for example. Iowa City probably still in line for some potentially gusty winds and heavy rain and frequent lightning too. And so that is that. AJ, you're checking out that tornado warning again. Is it weakening as we had hoped?
At this point, from what I'm seeing on my end, yes, it looks like we are not really getting much in terms of not really seeing much at this point in terms of very strong rotation. Certainly nothing like what we had earlier on this warning. Again, this is the tornado warning that was issued for an observed tornado off to the east of Des Moines. At that point, the rotation was much stronger than what we're looking at this point, or looking at currently. Really at this point, I'm struggling a bit to really find any well-defined or particularly strong area of rotation. Let's see. Jasper, yeah, at this point, are you seeing anything that looks particularly definitive on your end, Corey?
No, I don't, and so I think that's a really good sign.
Absolutely.
I think they'll probably let that warning go. In terms of tornado warning, severe thunderstorm warning may continue for those areas near and south of Interstate 80. And they did update something. That's farther south, farther down the line, where there's a couple tornado warnings embedded in southern Iowa too. And there was a report of 70-mile-per-hour wind gust in Lamoni, which is down near the Iowa-Missouri border.
Yeah, down that way.
Yeah, way down that way. So that's, even those storms as they progress east would not be necessarily involved in our area.
Certainly not. And of course, something worth keeping an eye on as the night goes on. But for these storms that, again, at this point are well outside of the TV9 viewing area, but we'll take a very brief look at them anyway. Again, kind of your area of concern or area of rotation within those storms, going to be right in there to the south of Grand River, where that green kind of tries to push in a little bit that direction, and then again your wind blowing away from the radar. What I'm seeing here just looks like very, very broad rotation in this area. That's why the tag is for radar indicated, so nothing observed either on radar or by trained spotters. But again, taking a wide view here, that is well southwest of the TV9 viewing area at this point, and continuing to sit outside of our area for at least the next little while.
AJ, I'm going to kick you out of the weather lab.
I do have a 9 o'clock show that I need to go to, so I will accept your boot from the weather lab.
I think at this point, as TV9's Jim Merton steps in the studio and kind of reminds us all that that is coming up in just 15 minutes. Iowa Tonight's available on KCRG 9.3. That will also take over our stream here on kcrg.com. I believe the main stream will switch to Iowa Tonight at that point. AJ will have the latest information on storms that'll be moving through there. We are going to take a little bit of a pause just because there are no warnings in effect for the TV9 viewing area at this point, not even touching the western side. We're going to take a little bit of pause from our live anchored coverage. We're going to give you that updated selection of radar views and information from around eastern Iowa. We're going to make sure that it is set and ready to go. But we will, of course, jump in with more information as it becomes prudent. But for now, just because, again, we're just seeing those warnings kind of not in place at this point. That could change in a big hurry, but until it does, we are going to take that pause. So please stick with us on the stream. We'll be back from time to time. Otherwise, thank you for joining us if you're going to take it off, and have a great evening. Stay safe. All right, friends, I am here again, meteorologist Corey Thompson in the TV9 Weather Lab. We've got a new severe thunderstorm warning and an extension of the severe thunderstorm watch that was in effect for our western counties. It includes a bit more of the TV9 viewing area, so I thought I'd just give you a little rundown about what's going on and some more information about storms as they move through. Currently, there are two distinct areas of thunderstorms. This one stretching from near Washington just into southwest Wisconsin. It is certainly packing a punch. Strong storms with some heavy rainfall, frequent lightning, and some gusty wind. There's been some reports of small hail too. These are all moving off generally slowly to the east-northeast and providing plenty of rain along their way. No severe weather associated with this, though. Again, just very strong storms. For the most part, storms there north of Interstate 80 rather, very much staying not severe at this point too. They are moving to the east. They're likely to catch up to that first line of storms. It's going to take a little time for that to happen, but that probably will take place later this evening. It's this area south of Interstate 80 where storms are still producing potentially severe weather, as well as a couple of embedded tornado warnings, although the latest warning that does include far southwestern Mahaska County does not keep that trend going. So that could be the good news there. This goes until 10 o'clock for, again, Mahaska County does not include Oskaloosa, so we're still talking areas pretty far to the southwest. And so that is for the threat for 60-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail. Tornado possible tag is on that again, and so that is still something that the National Weather Service in Des Moines is watching very carefully in terms of reports or new rotation that way. Not seeing it so much, but they are, of course, going to closely monitor that. And if things change, they will let you know with new warnings. And, of course, we'll be here to bring you those as soon as we possibly can. So the change, though, in our severe thunderstorm watch is that it has been extended essentially for areas south of Interstate 80 as far east as about Johnson County, Louisa County, Iowa City, Washington, Mount Pleasant, all included in this until 10 o'clock, or sorry, until midnight. Excuse me, I spoke incorrectly there. Midnight tonight. So it's the same length as the other counties off to the north that the original watch was for, just a little extension that gives more folks that heads up as storms continue to move in. And this seems prudent, just again, based on the fact that the strongest storms have been found along and south of Interstate 80 now. We may be running out of some of that energy, and those initial waves of storms that AJ described earlier in your coverage, if you joined us just about half an hour ago, may have provided at least some dissipation of some of that energy for storms to feed off of. They're using it so these storms in central Iowa can't. But the strongest storms, again, will be south of Interstate 80. They are moving to the east at this point, still tracking at about 40 miles per hour. So we'll go ahead and pan this radar south a little bit and bring in a storm track to account for that. 40 miles per hour is what we've got. And so these would be the strongest portions of this line of storms as it moves off to the east and just north of east. And so that would get you into areas around New Sharon at 938, Oskaloosa closer to 952. Marengo at about 10:08. Ottumwa would be in line for this in Wapello County at 10:26. Cedar Rapids, this has been pretty consistent. 10:30-ish or so for the Cedar Rapids Metro, at least in the downtown area. Iowa City, Coralville, North Liberty, closer to 11. Washington, the storms from our west would be at about 11:12. Of course, you just saw a pretty good storm roll through that area, and then tipped in closer to 11:30 at Mount Pleasant shortly after that. So still a little ways to go between here and those storms approaching from the west. YouTube chat, still got a few folks hanging out there. Quick question, will the storms intensify if they make it to the Great Lakes? Probably not. I don't think that they will. Looks like the storms will probably dissipate in most cases by then, but they will be moving on. You can see storms moving through Washington and Johnson counties at this point. They're moving off to the north and providing some pretty hefty rainfall. And I'll actually turn on our lightning tracker, because lightning has been a big feature of these storms. That one coming off Washington County will affect more of Iowa City. We are seeing a pretty good amount of storm activity moving through the Solon area. So I actually want to pull up our Solon city cam and take a look at what it looks like there. So we've seen some really heavy rain in a lot of places. And this is what we've got from Solon at this point. A lot of heavy rain, looks like. It's not blinding rain at this point. Not a lot of wind. You can see we've got this area here is where that flag is on that little square. That's right by the corner of Main Street and Highway 1. You can see flag is blowing, so there's a little bit of wind, but it's not extreme. And you can see some of those sheets of rain starting to come in now too. Gentleman running to his vehicle, getting caught in some of that rain. That is unfortunate, or perhaps just running across the street. But we will see that rain continue to pick up here. Winds are picking up a little bit too. So certainly a heavy storm moving through the Solon area, but at this point is not considered severe by the National Weather Service. Some gusty winds, some heavy rain, maybe a little bit of small hail trying to mix in. But you can see that wind really picking up in the Solon area with those heavier areas of precipitation. Yeah, just kind of watching it here for a second, that rain coming down. That intensity has picked up a little bit more. In the Solon area, we're looking off to the southwest, again, the corner of Main and Highway 1. Stronger winds getting involved. Sheets of rain now coming down. So that gentleman that was running across the street is actually in better shape now than he was just moments ago, because that rain continues to really, really go. Lots of lightning as well. Again, severe weather looks unlikely with this storm, but we are seeing those wind gusts pick up. And along with those very heavy amounts of rain. Again, hail could be incorporated here a little bit. Not expecting a ton, but there is the possibility of some of it. We've got another area on pinpoint Doppler radar, which we'll show you here in terms of heavier thunderstorm activity. Again, we sort of highlighted that one that's down toward Washington County too. It's moving to the north and will enter Johnson County here very, very soon. Riverside likely seeing some of that heavier activity in terms of the heaviest rainfall. Hills getting involved in that too, and certainly the south side of Iowa City will get that very shortly. Kelowna maybe seeing a little bit of hail. But if we turn our velocity view, we're not really concerned here about rotation, but there is perhaps at least some sign of some stronger wind gusts potentially. And again, we've seen that from time to time. Saw it on our Cedar Rapids City Cam, saw it in the Solon City Cam just moments ago, and other points of view too. So just something to keep in mind. Not expecting tornadic development with this storm, but plenty of wind could come along with it as it moves through Johnson County. So something that we are watching as these storms carry on. But again, the line of storms that has the severe weather associated with it, still well off to the west, and it'll be moving toward the Cedar Rapids area closer to 10:30, Iowa City closer to 11. Handful of severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings south of Interstate 80. Still do think that the storms will continue their weakening trend. Let's do the lightning tracker trick that we did a little bit earlier this evening. Here's where we stand, and I'm going to pinpoint, or at least try to pan the radar a little bit, get the eastern Iowa storms out of this. So 440 lightning strikes included in the central Iowa storms currently. Let's go back an hour, and that was almost twice as much. And so things have changed. You see fewer of those lightning icons on your screen. Certainly more concentrated in the south and in the north, so a little bit less in the middle. If we go back to the statewide view, this includes those storms in eastern Iowa that are producing quite a bit of lightning, but even then, if you include those in it, we're still down 400 strikes compared to just an hour ago. So a little bit of a change there in terms of the intensity of the storms, especially in central Iowa. So plenty to watch, and we're going to continue to watch it here in TV9 Weather Lab. You are joining us on our YouTube feed at this point. Our live stream on kcrg.com is being superseded by Iowa Tonight, which will give you also the latest information. Meteorologist AJ Rickman participating in that newscast, and we'll have all the information in those areas too. So there is plenty to see within that. Does look like a severe thunderstorm warning was issued for that storm that we showed you in Washington County. Not surprised, we were talking about that potential, and so we will take a pause here for a second, join our friends on KCRG TV9 with the latest information. Hi there, I'm meteorologist Corey Thompson, and this first alert weather lab with a new severe thunderstorm warning includes northern Washington County, much of Johnson County, western Cedar County, and northwestern Muscatine County. This goes until 10 o'clock. It's for a cluster of storms that's producing potentially 60-mile-per-hour winds as well as penny-sized hail. These storms are moving off to the northeast at about 45 miles per hour, and the severe storms are actually located down this direction. So we're going to go ahead and put a storm track on it for you and see where these storms are headed. Again, a little bit brisk of a pace compared to some of the storms that we've seen so far tonight. So take it off to the northeast through the course of this morning. Sharon Center, it's right near you right now. Lone Tree within just a couple of minutes. Iowa City, you're about 10 to 15 minutes away from these storms with the potential for strong gusty winds moving in. Gets to Solon at 9:41. You're seeing a heavy thunderstorm move through right now, but up toward Sutliff at 9:47. Lisbon, you're not included in this warning, but these storms would arrive there at about 9:54. Again, moving very quickly off to the northeast. Frequent lightning, gusty winds, and very heavy rainfall. A severe thunderstorm watch continues for much of the TV9 viewing area. It's a little oddly shaped, but it includes our western counties and our southern counties. This goes until midnight tonight for the threat for strong and gusty winds. So repeating, Johnson County, Washington, Cedar, and Muscatine County all included in a new severe thunderstorm warning until 10 o'clock. We're also watching the storms to the west. But for now, we're going to get you back to the NFL draft on KCRG TV9. You can join us on our streaming platforms for additional information on these storms. Stay with your trusted local news source, KCRG TV9. All right, for folks that are on stream with us, we've got that new warning for portions of Johnson County headed toward the Iowa City area. This is a severe thunderstorm warning. Again, we showed you that city cam in the Solon area, and it did include some pretty gusty winds there. But the new warning is for that storm that's north of Washington, headed toward Iowa City. And so that is the, does Iowa City need to shelter in place? A question on our YouTube channel. I wouldn't say that with this storm, if you're on a mobile home, you're probably in okay shape. 60-mile-per-hour winds can be tolerated by a mobile home. If you don't feel safe, then please, by all means, go to the area of shelter that perhaps if you live in a mobile home development, if they have one provided for you, certainly take advantage if you'd rather. It certainly couldn't hurt. Obviously, there are storms moving through the Iowa City area in addition to this potentially severe storm. So let's go ahead and take a closer look at it, what we've got going on in the region of Johnson County. Latest sweep, it's going to be these areas that have the heaviest rainfall and the strongest wind potential. Lone Tree, you might be just outside of it in terms of that storm, in terms of the strongest winds, especially at this point. Tracking to the northeast, as we have discussed, let's put on our velocity view again. Rotation is not the concern here with this storm at this point. It hasn't really shown signs of that. But in terms of seeing some stronger wind gusts, that is a bit of a concern, especially in this area here in blue. This part that's included between Riverside and Lone Tree. That's going to be moving off to the northeast as well. Could clip the southeastern portion of Iowa City over toward rural parts of Johnson County, east of Iowa City on Highway 6, and then getting close to West Branch here in a little while too. So it's this portion of the storm you can see already moving off to the northeast. The new sweep puts that strongest wind area between Hills and Lone Tree as it tracks off to the northeast. Hail, not as big of a concern with this storm, although some small hail is possible. And that use of velocity was not to imply that there is a rotation concern with this storm either. And so that is the situation there. Questions in the chat. Iowa City getting involved fairly soon. Let's go ahead and show you in terms of our storm track taking it off to the northeast. Iowa City would be in about 5 to 10 minutes in terms of seeing this heavier rain and potentially some strong winds. Downey at about 9:29 towards Solon at 9:39. Tipton, you would be more in line with that Lisbon timing or perhaps closer to that Solon timing, about 9:40 to 9:50. New severe thunderstorm warning includes portions of Clayton County as well as Grant County. This is far southwestern Wisconsin, an area of strong storms that's been moving out of the Highway 20 corridor. That is a new warning. So the area is near Cassville, as well as into Grant County. But again, Johnson County is a bit of our main concern here. 60-mile-per-hour winds and potentially some penny-sized hail would be the concern up in Grant and Clayton counties. So we'll actually go ahead and add our Cassville City Cam, see what we see in that storm. Let's take a broad view of that. There is plenty of lightning up along the Mississippi River on the Wisconsin side, and so that is a factor up that direction. Cassville would be involved, Millville, North Buena Vista, as well as B-Town, Lancaster, Stitzer, Fenimore, all areas within this new warning that includes southeastern Clayton County and portions of Grant counties. This goes until, let me double check. This goes until 10 o'clock up in that neck of the woods. So we are going to join our TV9 folks for just a second. Welcome back for our friends on our streaming coverage. That was the new warning for portions of Grant and Clayton counties. Again, 60-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail for that storm. Checking out what's going on. Questions in the chat. Cedar Rapids going to get that second wave of storms? Yes, the storms are moving in from the west. We'll take a wide view here again. They are arriving in Cedar Rapids at about 10:30. At this point, no severe thunderstorm warnings aside from that one in Grant County north of Interstate 80. So that second line has shown at least some sign of weakening, although a little rejuvenation perhaps here toward Bremer County and Fayette County. Something to watch for there. But in terms of the more widespread warnings, it's off to the south. We're talking south of Interstate 80 and those areas. Rain coming down now at the Johnson County Fairgrounds. Don't doubt that. Sure, it's coming down pretty good. Could the storm heading towards Solon produce a tornado? Looks unlikely at this point. Gusty winds, more heavy rain. You had a pretty good storm move through Solon not that long ago, and it looks like that is a pretty good probability here coming up in just a little bit again as those storms. Now the strongest winds are headed more toward West Branch and Downey at this point. But of course, we will keep a close eye on it for the friends in Solon. New update from the National Weather Service. They trimmed the warning back a little bit. Washington County pulled back from it, but still for the same areas. And Johnson, Cedar, and Muscatine goes until 10 o'clock. 60-mile-per-hour winds remain the main threat here. What time is it going to hit Dubuque, Kyle asks. Let's see. We've got storms approaching Dubuque from the west. Let's get an idea of how fast they're moving east. So they're kind of all moving, they're moving northeast individually, but in terms of how fast they're actually making eastward progress toward the east, still about 30 miles per hour. So not quickly, that's for sure. This initial line of storms would get there around that time in terms of Dubuque. So that would be closer to about 25 minutes from now, closer to 9:50. They'd be moving into other portions of Jones, Jackson, and Clinton counties. So Maquoketa, for example, at 10:23, Bellevue at about 10:30. And so those will take their time to get there. Everett asks, will Cedar Rapids see tornadoes? Seems unlikely at this point. Again, never say never because the weather can do weird things. But the tornadic threat has been, one, fairly minimal today. There have been a couple of reports in central Iowa. But as we get later and later into the evening, that threat will continue to diminish. And it looks like it has begun to focus a little bit farther to the south. Hello, AJ. Welcome back. I would like to turn your microphone on and you can speak.
Absolutely. Thanks, Corey. Glad to be back on the stream. And of course, while I was doing our 9 o'clock show, Iowa Tonight, watched those fresh warnings come out. And, one of those where certainly something to keep an eye on. But the thing that I keep thinking about, especially as we're watching that main line as it moves in, the more we have that preliminary line that, of course, is still something to, take seriously, take cover if it's moving your way. The more energy that line consumes, the more that warm, moist air it's sucking in and using up, the less that'll be available when that main line comes through later tonight.
Seems like it. We've had occasional storms embedded within that. I know that we just had that new warning for Grant County and small sliver of Clayton County. It hasn't been huge reports. That warning in Johnson County as well, which I think was pretty justified. But it is isolated there. And again, the focus from new warnings and any information that we have from folks coming out of central Iowa really does kind of keep it along and south of Interstate 80. That's when the Storm Prediction Center expanded that severe thunderstorm watch. They did it in that area, not farther to the north.
Which always a good thing to see. Fewer folks that are impacted by that severe weather. Of course, the better thing to see as the night goes on. Also an indication of that weakening trend that we had been expecting for the last couple of days as these systems are moving through, as this line of storms was moving through. We were going to be watching for that line to begin to get a little weaker as the night goes on. So it's been nice to, at least along portions of that line, kind of see that come to fruition.
Some folks in the YouTube chat saying heavy rain falling in Iowa City, which makes a lot of sense. I'll go ahead and take a look at that again. AJ, I don't know what you want to focus on, but dealer's choice. It's up to you. Also, just of note, exclusive to our streaming platforms only, AJ and his glasses.
Yes.
Rare occasion on the air, but off the air, yes, he is among the glasses-wearing public. Good information, right? That's what you learn here on kcrg.com and our YouTube channel.
Absolutely. Always fun to get that behind-the-scenes knowledge.
Yeah, exactly. Johnson County areas, Iowa City, Coralville on the edge. But again, the warning is for the wind gust potential, and it still does look like that warning, it's going to be the east side of it that's going to have the highest chance. In fact, if we put this on a loop, our velocity view, you see those bright blues have sort of diminished a little bit. Now, sometimes this can depend on where the storm is relative to the radar, because those winds are coming in and it can only detect winds that are going either away from the radar directly or toward the radar directly. If something is moving directly across where the radar is shooting, it's going to show up weaker than it actually is. And so that may be a little bit of what's going on here in portions of Johnson and Cedar County. But the strongest winds, at least based on that information, looks like Iowa City and Coralville, you're going to just miss it. Far southeast side, maybe seeing some of that. But in terms of the potentially damaging winds, it would be more that way. So something to watch out for there. Good news, though, for the folks in Iowa City, but we will have to wait and see, I guess. AJ, you're checking out the storms in central Iowa?
I am kind of taking a look at the segment of the line that is the stronger portion of the severe storm, right there just outside of the TV9 viewing area, just off to the west of Oskaloosa and Ottumwa. There is a tornado warning on this segment of the storm, radar indicated. So like we've talked about at different points throughout the evening, when they put that radar indicated tag on there, when the National Weather Service puts that tag on there, what that means is that there is some rotation along this portion of the line, enough for them to warrant issuing a tornado warning. And you could certainly see that rotation strengthen very quickly, and we've seen that happen at different points during the night tonight. But it does mean that there is not any evidence either through debris being detected on radar or through spotter reports of a tornado on the ground. So right now, looking at the velocity or the wind speed inside of these storms, looking for any evidence of rotation. Let me try a different velocity view really quickly, see if we get anything a little more definitive. Take another quick look here. Yeah, not seeing. If I were to pick a spot to be concerned about, let me jump back over and take one more look at our traditional radar before I, there'd be kind of two areas that I'd be keying in on just initially based on looking at this radar image. Maybe here where you have that little bit of a notch forming where your kind of your reds and your oranges are kind of coming, whoops, moving the wrong portion of what I'm trying to do here. Kind of right there within those arrows, and now we're switching over to storm reports. Bear with me, folks. There we go. So right where that arrow is pointing, actually, for your warning. That'd be one area I'd be watching for. Your other spot, again, is kind of right in this area where you have the reds and the yellows that kind of stick out, and you have that little bit of a notch right in there. So let's kind of take a look at the wind speeds and keep these two spots in mind. And as we look at our velocity and switch over, see how things line up. Because again, of course, with your velocity or your wind speeds within the storm, you're looking for areas where your reds and your greens get really close together. You're also looking for areas where there's just a little bit of perhaps almost like curling in, where your reds are kind of curling out like that and your greens are kind of curling in a little bit. Compare that kind of a look, or even that very subtle little bit of a look right there where again there's that little bit of a notch to areas about outside of the tornado warning along this portion of the line here. More straight, just kind of a very linear look to that transition from red to green. That to me would indicate more of a straight line wind concern, whereas areas in here where you have a little bit of that curling inward of your green, curling outward of your red, that'd be kind of your broad area of rotation that we're keeping an eye on. So that's why the National Weather Service has issued that tornado warning for those little spin up areas of rotation within this line. We have had a couple of reports of tornadoes that have spun up along this line of storms tonight. Most of the tornado reports have indicated a weak spin up nature to those tornadoes, not particularly strong, not particularly long-lived. And that often is what we see in these types of setups, where you have these little spin-up tornadoes within these lines of storms. The tornadoes that you get, typically on the weaker side, typically on the shorter-lived side.
Indeed, and that's good news. And with storms continuing to weaken, hopefully we can just get rid of that severe weather threat altogether. But of course, Mother Nature holds the cards in this case. We've been talking about the potential for heavy rain with that sort of lead area of storms we've been watching. Lynn County up toward portions of Delaware County especially have seen, at least according to radar estimates, between 1 to 3 inches of rain, maybe a little bit more, south of Manchester. Now there could be some effect from hail, if there was a little bit of hail in storms earlier, because the radar is estimating this based on the returns on the radar. Hail shows up brighter on the radar, and so that, of course, can influence the intensity of that in terms of how much rain it thinks has fallen. That's what we got so far, and so that is plenty. Now, it has moved on, and we have had a couple of days to dry out, so hopefully it's not going to cause much in the way of flooding problems, but something to watch out for.
Absolutely.
Now go ahead, AJ.
I was going to say, so these are, so again, we just kind of looked at some of our radar estimated rainfall totals. I want to kind of look around some different portions of eastern Iowa on our StormNet gauges.
Okay.
And see what we're seeing for measured precipitation so far today. So across the Cedar Rapids area, kind of a variety in the amount of rainfall we've gotten. You can see that up by Jasper Street, they've gotten over an inch. Over by 29th Street Northeast, they've gotten over an inch already. And then over 3 inches in Sisley Grove Road. I would wonder if there's maybe a little bit of contamination from hail, perhaps. That does seem a little bit high based on the other reports that are surrounding it. I'd be curious about that one. But generally, looking like in the Cedar Rapids area so far tonight, anywhere from most spots getting a half of an inch to just over an inch. Now let's pop down to a different part of eastern Iowa to see what exactly we're looking at in terms of rainfall so far. So today in the Dubuque area, haven't gotten the rainfall there yet because that primary where that initial line of storms is sitting just off to your west, but you'll be watching for that to arrive later. In fact, you can see just off to your northwest there, some of that heavier rainfall showing up on the map away from the gauges that we have in our Dubuque area. In terms of the Iowa City area, farther south, looks like they've picked up a little bit of rain, certainly, anywhere from 24/100ths of an inch at 13th Street, 41/100ths of an inch at Grantview Drive. Some lighter amounts compared to the Cedar Rapids area, but still some decent rainfall, and it's been a very wet spring so far, of course, good for getting rid of the drought we had early in the year. And then as that main line comes through as we go through the rest of our evening, that of course is going to add to some of those rainfall totals as we go across all of eastern Iowa.
Yes, indeed. We are looking at that broad picture. Storms moving from the west, storms existing in the east as well. And the National Weather Service did go ahead and update the severe thunderstorm watch. They put it all the way up to Highway 20. So all the way east to Dubuque, and including Cedar Rapids, Manchester, as well as Jones and Cedar County, Muscatine County. Of course, some of these areas already have warnings in effect. This carries on until midnight. It's an extension of the same watch. And so that just keeps going for at least a couple hours here. Those storms in central Iowa, as well as what's going on in eastern Iowa, helping to drive all of that, at least at this point. That's what we are expecting. Let's take a look at our Solon CityCam and see what we can see from there. CityCam network, of course, useful. We can see that it's a little windy in Solon at this point. Rain is not coming down too hard in that area. You're kind of in between little downpours at this point. Tipton off to the east, you are east of where the heavier rain and stronger winds are coming, but you may get involved in that very, very soon. So if you live off in that portion of Cedar County, that is a possibility. No indication if this warning will be extended farther northeast, but it's a possibility too as we look off that direction toward Dubuque. As I speak, new severe thunderstorm warning issued to extend that warning from Johnson County into portions of Jones and Cedar County as well. Very small tip of Johnson County. So we will take a moment and join our friends on KCRG TV9 to let them know what's going on. Stay with us. All right, we're here with you still on the live streaming with more information on these storms. Couple of warnings late this evening for the initial batch of storms. Couple more down towards southern Iowa. This one includes Mahaska and Wapello counties until 10:45. 10:45 for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. This warning also tagged with the potential for a tornado to develop quickly. At this point, not seeing that rotation. AJ showed us all the areas right along that line that do not show the same kind of intensity that they did earlier with the capability of generating rotation. But it is a possibility that they're keeping an eye on it, the National Weather Service, as these storms move off to the east. They're actually moving now at 50 miles per hour. So we'll go ahead and put a new storm track on here. That includes this area here. And we're going to move off to the east. So Oskaloosa, got about 10 minutes before storms move in from the west. You may actually be seeing winds gust a little bit there right now. Tumwa about 10:10, Sigourney at 10:20, Keota 10:35, Fairfield at 10:37, and toward Washington, you already had some storms tonight, but you've got more coming closer to 11 o'clock. New severe thunderstorm warning for those southern counties. Otherwise, the middle portion of this line, a little more disorganized, I would say, AJ, at least from this point of view here. It really is the southern portion that stays with it and that first initial line. But those two, the first and second lines, they're about to catch up to one another. It looks like not too far away. That separation's gotten smaller.
It certainly has, and we've been watching that throughout the night. It certainly, for folks who are hoping to go to bed without a concern for being woken up in the night by a severe thunderstorm warning, if you haven't already been dealing with those warnings, certainly nice to see that line becoming a little more ragged. You can kind of see that really very clearly on radar, actually, especially north of Interstate 80. The cells kind of becoming a little more broken, your spots of red more discontinuous, and that's overall just a weakening trend that we like to see. And part of the reason for that is likely what we've been talking about throughout the evening, where that initial line of storms that you're circling right now has been feeding off of a lot of that warm, moist air to sustain themselves, but that doesn't really leave much fuel left over for that line of storms as it approaches areas that have seen those showers and storms previously during the night tonight. So really not at all surprising to see that line really beginning to fall apart now, but also not surprising to see the line ahead of it with a little more access to that fuel still, that warm, moist air. Not surprised to still see them severe warned.
Let's talk about why this newest warning has that tornado possible tag on it. I don't think that this is a imminent or likely outcome, but I can see why the National Weather Service was talking about it. It's this area south of Stanwood, very near Wald, southwest of Clarence, that has had some rotation. It's not particularly dangerous looking at this point, but this is the portion of the storm that the National Weather Service would be concerned with. And that's why they use that tornado possible. Instead of issuing a tornado warning, they kind of just give a heads up to folks that they're seeing something. Not that is like what we saw near Des Moines earlier, which was a pretty clear and evident rotation, and that did produce a tornado. It's more so watching parts of the area. And again, it's very limited. Not seeing a ton there in terms of something that really does make you very concerned. Another thing I'm going to try to display here, or at least try to illustrate, is maybe a little bit of, and you can kind of see it here, and I'm going to change our radar colors just a little bit to include more, sort of turn up the sensitivity slightly. And maybe didn't change a lot, but
See what you're looking at, though.
yeah, but you can see that we talk about when the wind gets out ahead of storms, it can limit their intensity a little bit. And so here, I'm going to draw over it to sort of illustrate, is where there's this thin green line, and it extends right down to about here before it catches, the storms catch up to it, and it's not out ahead of it anymore. So that's kind of the outflow boundary, the outflow from these storms that's gotten ahead of those storms. And if I put the loop on, watch as that line kind of accelerates, it moves out in front of those storms. Now where the storms catch it, that's where they'll have a better chance to be strong or severe. And that's why that has kind of started to cut off areas to the north. So we've seen that do that, and that's why those storms to the north have been a little more disorganized compared to the ones to the south. And you can just see it, if we'll just pan to the north here, keep it on the same radar site, more yellows and oranges, right, in the areas toward Waterloo and portions to the east. We're talking little clumps of heavier activity moving through, but it's not as well defined as we pan down to the south. You can see this is more like a solid line of storms, which you'd expect to be on the stronger side. And so sometimes it's just that simple in terms of identifying where some of the heavier weather is. And at this point, that's the story. Aside from those storms that are out ahead, it's those differences there. So yeah, that's what we're facing here in eastern Iowa as we approach 9:45.
And again, not at all surprising, and certainly a relief to see that weakening trend kind of unfolding with those storms as they continue to track off. Part of the reason for that, like we've talked about, especially for the northern portions of this line, those storms out ahead of it currently getting close to Dubuque right now have been feeding off of a lot of the same energy that that main line of storms is going to rely on. But the other thing that has contributed as well is something that happens every night once the sun goes down. We lose our daytime heating, temperatures naturally cool off, and right now you can see temperatures, especially out ahead of where those, especially areas that maybe haven't seen as much in the way of storm activity yet. Of course, we showed a minute ago, Iowa City hasn't gotten nearly as much rainfall as the Cedar Rapids area, and they're about 7 degrees warmer. Still hanging on to the 70s over in Dubuque and Maquoketa, where they haven't quite seen that line of storms make it their way yet. Still plenty of humidity in the air as well, so generally the higher your temperatures, the more energy that's available for those storms to utilize. You'll notice down near Oskaloosa, where that line of storms is approaching right now, temperatures are at 73. Compare that to Waterloo, Fayette, Decorah, upper 50s, low to mid 60s, just not the same amount of energy farther north, which is part of the reason why those storms farther north aren't quite as robust. And as the night goes on, we are going to, of course, naturally see temperatures drop as they do every night. That's going to continue to kind of erode away or diminish the amount of energy that's available for these storms to use, and why we've been expecting for the last couple of days this line of storms to weaken as it moves through. It has, again, lots to do with just the time of day they move through. Later at night, you don't have quite as much energy available, and it's very normal to see these strong lines of storms gradually weaken through the overnight hours.
Yep, for sure. And so that path, or that that is likely to continue, rather, for the next little while, for the next couple of hours too. AJ, I'll let you continue to drive the bus here.
Yeah, so again, like Corey mentioned, we're going to continue to watch those storms move off to the east over the next couple of hours, likely weakening as they do so. But even as the storms get weaker, you can see right there on pinpoint Doppler radar, still a chunk of storms that are out ahead of the main line over near getting close to the Dubuque area right now. Severe warning off for, let's see, that would be Grant County, and then for 60-mile-an-hour winds and some small hail associated with that as well. But with these storms, looks like, especially up in Grant County, going to be gusty winds, your primary concern there. Over in Wapello County, or excuse me, not Wapello County, Cedar, Jackson, and Jones County, that warning, similar story, your primary threat is going to be gusty winds as that line of storms is moving through. Some small hail possible in there as well. And again, this storm here does have a little bit of rotation with it, not enough to warrant a tornado warning, but enough that the National Weather Service threw a tornado possible tag on there, just for again, letting you know that there's some rotation within this storm, and the National Weather Service, as well as Corey and I, will be keeping a close eye on it, and we'll let you know if we see anything that would warrant concern or signs of strengthening. And again, one final warning at the southern end of this line, for Cedar County, until 10 o'clock, a similar story, gusty winds, small hail as this chunk of storms continues to track off to the northeast. And then again, one more warning that we are keeping an eye on as well. That's for this southern portion of the line that has been the stronger portion of the line here for, say, the last half hour to an hour even, headed towards Oskaloosa, Ottumwa, and Bloomfield. Again, at this point, similar story to the other storms with 60-mile-an-hour winds, some small hail possibly, a little bit of rotation again that the National Weather Service has made a note of. That is why that tornado possible tag is listed in there. But again, no active tornado warnings at this point across really any portion of eastern Iowa. Of course, very good news as we are continuing to keep a close eye on these storms as they move through the area.
That is definitely true, AJ, and hopefully we can start to close the book on this one at least a little bit, in terms of storms continuing to at least weaken somewhat. But of course, that severe thunderstorm watch continues until midnight for a good reason. Raul, thanks for joining us. He's here from Arizona for work. This is not his usual pace of activity in Arizona, even during the monsoon season. A little bit different in terms of what we're talking about, but I'm sure that the rain might seem a little familiar. Some of those monsoon rains, never experienced it, would be kind of interesting sometime.
I've heard I had a friend of mine in college who told me about monsoon rains, and he said there was one monsoon shower in particular where he ran outside, and up here typically when a storm comes through during the summer, you'd think cool, refreshing rain kind of cools you off. He said it was 110 degrees while it was raining, and it felt like getting a warm bath. Now that's something that I have never personally experienced it. I've never experienced monsoon rain. If that is how monsoon rains are, that's an item on my bucket list. I'd love to experience that.
Fair enough. That's a very good point. So what we're going to do now, as it is 9:51 or just about to be 9:52, is we're going to take a break from our anchored coverage here on our stream. I believe you are watching us on YouTube at this point. Looks like our KCRG.com live stream never snapped back after Iowa tonight. So it's been just on YouTube. Thanks for joining us. We've been happy to provide you with all the information that we can throughout the evening. But it's almost time for the 10 o'clock news. And so if you want to catch that, you can find that at kcrg.com, the app, tune into KCRG TV9. So that's where you can find the latest information from us. We will likely be back potentially after the 10 o'clock news comes to an end. So it'll be about 10:30, 10:35 potentially, or maybe a little bit later as storms continue to move through until they begin to weaken. And we can kind of all go to bed and take on a quieter weekend ahead. But stick with us. We're going to have more information as needed. You will see continued information on your screen. And yeah, we'll be right back. Welcome back, folks. We are still here in the First Alert Weather Lab. It is meteorologist Corey Thompson, AJ Rickman, here as we have been tracking these storms moving through. We're down to just one warning, I believe, here in the TV9 viewing area, as storms are now really kind of quickly moving to the east. They were moving pretty slowly earlier. They now have a little speed to them.
Absolutely, and been nice to see that weakening trend come to fruition. Kind of expected it as we've gone later into the night. Not as much fuel for those storms to work with. That warm, unstable environment has just not really been there in the way that it was earlier in the evening, which is why we're just down to that one warning. It has been kind of in that same problem area that we were talking about before the 10 o'clock news, right there along and south of Interstate 80. It's where that final warning is located. But really, as we have a look at radar right now, the line of storms is kind of getting to the front end of that warning. So as we go here through the next 15 minutes or so, warnings is set to expire at 11:15. We'll have to see if the National Weather Service continues the severe thunderstorm warning, or see if they do what they've done at different points tonight, which is issue a special weather statement, which is essentially one step down from a severe thunderstorm warning. If they issue a special weather statement, it wouldn't show up on any of our alerts here on this radar that we're showing you. But essentially, special weather statement would just mean the storm is still strong, but not strong enough to warrant reaching severe criteria.
Yep, and so that's kind of where we're at. Waiting, watching, listening. The severe thunderstorm warning that was in effect for Dubuque earlier has been canceled early, or it just expired. I think it was probably canceled a little bit early. The heavy storm moved out. Moving to Wisconsin, and even the warnings that were in there for southwest Wisconsin got canceled too. So that storm has weakened. That was the one that tracked all the way from Washington right up that line into southwest Wisconsin. Yeah, you can see just the leftovers of that warning about to go away. But it's all about the southern portion of the line. Heavy stuff still falling in Cedar Rapids too. We're going to take a look at our downtown city cam, and lightning there. The downtown city cam doesn't get as much of that heavy rain effect. And there are little lulls too. It's kind of like a loosely organized line of individual storms north of Interstate 80. And so there's periods of heavier rain, there's periods of less rain involved. And so that's one of those spots where we've seen less rain involved. Our Cedar Rapids city cam from a different perspective, sort of a little bit farther to the north. It's got a big wider view, but seeing more of that haze from the rain potentially. But just generally sort of a hazy gray sky looking off that direction. Coralville City Cam, showers and storms. Coralville right on the edge of that severe thunderstorm warning, just outside of it. No rain in the area yet, but winds are probably going to pick up here in a little bit, and we'll see continued lightning, heavy downpours as well. So that's one of those spots. Washington, as we go forward to our next city cam, they are also seeing some of this, not seeing the heavy rain yet in Washington either. But yeah, the storm, like you were pointing out, AJ, it just doesn't have that same degree of organization that it perhaps did at one point. We've used various different ways as like kind of proxies all night, the lightning, just, visually, right? You can see fewer of those white lightning strikes, those little icons representing lightning on the screen over the course of the loop. And that's not like a mistake, that's just the way the storms are.
Absolutely, and I'm really noticing it in that area of storms that has just passed over Dubuque. So if you watch this radar loop a couple times with that area of storms that passed over Dubuque, you can really see how the number of lightning strikes has gone from just about covering that portion of the storm to now really just an occasional lightning strike here or there, really not what it was even just an hour ago. And I noticed it in the city cams too. Earlier tonight as we were panning around looking, it was at some spots near constant lightning, very frequent flashes, but a big downturn in the number of lightning strikes as we were looking through the city cams just then. And really even along that line, kind of looking at it closely, especially along that southern portion and really along the northern portion too, just a little bit overall downturn in the number of strikes that are being seen and that are showing up.
Yeah, for sure. And that's a healthy sign of weakening storms, which is not a bad thing. One of our YouTube chatters, you can join us on our YouTube channel at KCRG for interaction if you'd like. We try to catch these comments and give you more information based on some of the folks that are sort of watching along with us. Big downpour in Swisher makes sense given the storms in Johnson County. The severe thunderstorm warning, as AJ mentioned, hasn't been extended as these storms are just about to move out of it. 11:15 is when that warning goes until, but in terms of the strongest winds, it's starting to move into the Iowa City area if there are still gusty winds within it. One question, can you see any rotation in the storm heading into Iowa City? No, not especially. We'll show you the velocity view. And what we get is some hint, potentially, of some stronger wind gusts. Those lighter blue colors could represent some of that. However, we're not sure whether those are actually reaching the ground or not. To be determined on that. But in terms of rotation, no, it's just not there. And it's just not really favorable at this point. The warning does say tornado possible. I'll be honest, I think the National Weather Service was playing it safe there, probably, including that in terms of having a real, true threat of tornadic development. Just don't have it there at this point. These storms have started to transition to really the type that would not necessarily lend itself to tornadic development. Instead, perhaps some stronger winds for portions of the Iowa City area very, very soon. They just trimmed back that warning a little bit, took Iowa and Keokuk County out of it. Now just Johnson and Washington counties, the western sides of those counties. Until 11:15, still 60-mile-per-hour winds. They took out the tornado possible tag as well, so that's a good sign there. But skinny warning, again, they haven't changed it or gone beyond that one, so no guidance from the National Weather Service either. So at this point, we watch and wait, see what they have in mind, and we also watch and wait to see what happens in those populated areas in Johnson County too. If we get any reports, that obviously is going to be a help.
Absolutely. And one thing that I am kind of noticing with this line of storms as it is moving through, so a lot of times with these storms, some of the strongest winds will be right there at the front end of the storm as that initial push of wind makes its way through your area. And what I'm seeing right now is that the kind of front edge of this storm has now pushed out in front of the warning. So here's your warning box, here's the front end of the storm, and this green line right along there, that marks the start of the winds that are associated with these thunderstorms. It's what we call an outflow boundary, and essentially it is right along that line where once this line passes over your house, that's when you're going to feel that first gust of cool air as that storm is approaching. And a lot of times when you start to see this line that's getting way out ahead of the storms like that, it's an indication that the storm is getting weaker. But seeing this line kind of getting out ahead of the warning, seeing the front of these thunderstorms also getting out ahead of the warning, and the National Weather Service not extending that warning, again, no definitive communication from them one way or the other. We're waiting to see if they give any certainty or any update on it. But based on what I'm seeing, with kind of this line kind of getting a little more ragged looking and falling apart and kind of getting ahead of the warning, and at this point not seeing the warning extended, I'd be almost curious if they do even bother extending the warning. But certainly looks like the storm has been getting weaker as we've gone through the last 30 minutes or so.
If I were guessing, I would say probably not, but we'll have to wait and see. Never know. Sometimes you get surprised.
You do, absolutely.
Yeah. If I were a betting man, I'd lean toward not. I would not bet on weather, ever.
I would not either.
It doesn't seem like a smart way to go.
I'd be a very broke man if I bet on weather, and I'm in the business of predicting it.
Exactly. Yeah, so we're still tracking these storms. The tornadic threat, I think, really has diminished quite a bit. The potential for heavy rain, certainly there. Still plenty of lightning, although it's not as much as it once was. And some gusty wind. You can see on our Coralville City Cam, one of the spots that we're seeing storms move in. You can still see that the flag is certainly whipping in the wind from west to east now that they're on the windy side of the storm. Plenty of rain, again, taking place as we look up Highway 965, and still a lot of lightning. Whether this would be considered a severe thunderstorm, I guess we'll find out soon, huh? Lots of thunder in the Swisher area. Not surprised by that, by the way that the storm looks. But just kind of watching this as it moves in. And luckily, not a ton to see. Again, it is windy. There is that. But in terms of something that looks especially dangerous, maybe not so, which is good. Again, we want to avoid the worst possible outcome every time.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Always good when you get these situations where, again, they kind of weaken as they come through. I would say we've had plenty of the other side of that coin over the last couple of weeks. So.
Yeah, and our assessment going into this was that, to sort of get to the I-380 Highway 218 corridor, and that would be where some of those strongest storms were. Get east of there would be a little bit tougher. Now, what we ended up with were those storms that were sort of out ahead that brought at least severe thunderstorm warnings. Didn't see a ton of reports out of that. You can see in Coralville, the winds are picking up a little bit more. Maybe that flag is going a little more all over the place as it gets blown around a little bit. So certainly gusty winds in the Johnson County area at this point. No severe thunderstorm warning for Coralville or Iowa City because they weren't included in the first one. But no new news is often good news, as we say. So yeah, this is where we're watching that flag here. Plenty of rain, again, sheets of rain moving through right now into the Coralville area, North Liberty, Tiffin, Solon could be getting involved too. But for now, we'll just kind of keep an eye on it. AJ's watching, looking at the storm reports here in eastern Iowa, which it looks like in the viewing area are 0.
Yeah, no official reports. Of course, earlier this evening, some of you in the YouTube chat had mentioned some small hail in the Cedar Rapids area. P to about nickel-sized, I believe, is what folks were saying. So some small hail in the Cedar Rapids area, unofficially reported. Looks like they're further west is where we did have some other reports. Had a couple of reported tornadoes, one just south of Ames, one just to the east of Des Moines. So again, that was near Mitchellville at 8:25 tonight. There were train spotter reports of a tornado on the ground there. And then as that line was moving through Slater at 7:33 earlier tonight, several reports from the local fire department and spotters, again, of that tornado on the ground. Other portions of eastern Iowa did see some strong winds, saw some hail as well. Hail reports today have been on the smaller side. Just north of Des Moines, got a report there of quarter-sized hail near Fort Dodge and Carroll. Again, similar situations with seeing hail that was about the size of a quarter. And so that's kind of what the trend was with this line of storms. And again, back in western Iowa, that's when these storms and this line of storms was at their strongest. And then, again, of course, that tornado threat did ramp up as it moved towards the I-35 corridor. But since then, at this point, again, no official storm reports from eastern Iowa other than, again, that report of some small hail sent in by you guys over the YouTube chat earlier just in the Cedar Rapids area. But at this point, like we've talked about, starting to see that line of storms really just kind of diminish, lose a lot of the strength it had earlier, and kind of transitioning into more of the, I guess you could call it, garden variety type of thunderstorms, as I've heard you say it.
Yeah, as we often do. I don't actually know the origin of that phrase. I don't really understand why garden variety. I guess instead of, it's a normal thing people have in their gardens. That's the garden variety.
I guess if you have a lightning strike, plant a seed in your garden, a little garden variety storm grows.
I guess, yeah, maybe. I know you'll be wishing for that now at this point. We'll look at pinpoint Doppler radar. I've trimmed it back. Earlier we were trying to make it more sensitive, picking up more stuff. Now you get later in the night, you get more ground clutter near the radar site as the atmosphere begins to stabilize a little bit. First of all, it's a sign that the atmosphere is stabilizing a little bit, or at least at the lower levels. Secondly, it does give us an opportunity, one, to note that severe thunderstorm warning for Johnson County and Washington County will be allowed to expire. The National Weather Service says that the storm has weakened enough, which makes sense. They haven't issued a warning downstream. But it also shows what we were trying to illustrate if you were with us earlier in the evening, we did sort of point out that the leading edge of the cool air, the stronger winds with this storm, now located about here. And so it's pretty far from the heavier storms up north. So the outflow air, the cooler air rushing out from the storm is well ahead of the heavier rain in most cases. That's true as well as we get into Cedar County and portions of Johnson County. And so we're seeing that sort of line up better with the storms farther south. But of course you can see the colors and the reflectivity here. The traditional radar view are not very imposing looking down that way. You can see they're just scattered areas of yellow and green instead of some of the heavier rain moving through Johnson County. So it does look like the strongest storms are still going to be for portions of Johnson, Lynn, and Cedar and Muscatine County, where there is a new severe thunderstorm warning just issued. So things have changed in the last couple of minutes, according to the National Weather Service, based on that indication. So we will pause here for a second and join the KCRG TV9 audience to give them an update, and we'll be right back. I'm meteorologist Corey Thompson here in the First Alert Weather Lab with an update on a new severe thunderstorm warning. This includes southeastern Lynn County, the eastern half of Johnson County, as well as all of Cedar County and much of Muscatine County. This goes until midnight tonight. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and some penny-sized hail. A tornado is possible with this storm, although is not imminently likely. The National Weather Service watching for small areas of rotation along the leading edge of this line as it moves off to the east. Here's the radar in motion showing that eastward movement with it. It is moving at a pretty good clip at about 55 miles per hour. This has continued to increase across the area. So we'll go ahead and put a storm track. We're actually going to give a storm track to where the wind may start to increase as it moves through. And that's a little bit ahead of some of the heavier rain in the northern portion of this warning. It's lined up more with it in the southern portion. So Iowa City, Coralville, Solon, you're seeing the heaviest storms right now as this warning gets issued. Out ahead of it, we'll get toward Lone Tree in just the next couple of minutes. West Branch shortly after that at 11:22. Tipton closer to 11:30. Loudon at 11:41 and Moscow at 11:43. Then we start to get to some communities farther to the east in Muscatine County too. These storms, again, the damage and wind threat here is the main obstacle. Certainly something to watch if you live within those areas mentioned and within this warning box. Stay away from windows. Lowest floor of your home is not a bad idea as these storms quickly move off to the east. And we do have a new update. A tornado warning has been issued for portions of Johnson County into Cedar County. So we will be sticking with you at this point for coverage that goes on here on KCRG TV9. This will be including portions of Johnson County, not including Iowa City, as well as the southern half of Cedar County. This goes until midnight tonight. It's for radar indicated rotation and some small hail. Don't forget, you'll also be within the severe thunderstorm warning for the potential of some of those gusty winds. Meteorologist AJ Rickman is here with me as well. AJ is on mic 6 for the control room's information, so they know. AJ, you've been analyzing the storm as I've been speaking, and this area of rotation sort of sprung up kind of quickly as the storm moved just east of Iowa City.
It did, and you can kind of see as we pull up Max 2 how that can, again, you've got your area of rotation just to the south of West Branch. That looks to be the area of concern right in this area here, where you're going to want to keep an eye out for the area of rotation where if this storm were to produce a tornado, it would be right there just along into the south of West Branch. Now at this point, it is radar indicated. So that means that the storm is rotating, and it is rotating enough that the National Weather Service has seen the need to put a tornado warning on this storm. However, we have not gotten evidence either through radar or through spotter reports of the storm definitively producing a tornado. Our debris detection does not show any evidence at this point of this storm lofting debris into the atmosphere. Certainly a good sign. Again, that hopefully this rotation is staying off the ground and up in the air. But again, this storm does have some rotation with it, which is why the National Weather Service has gone ahead and issued that tornado warning for radar indicated rotation that is associated with this storm as it is moving through.
Yeah, for sure. It's that leading edge of the storm that you will want to take special caution with as that storm moves through. Some of the safety tips that we have when a tornado warning is issued: get to the lowest level of your home. I know that sounds like common sense, but it's always good to be reminded. Get under something sturdy if you can, like a desk or a workbench, something that would prevent anything from falling on top of you. And another way to protect yourself from that, you could use a bike helmet or blankets, pillows, or towels. Those can all help to protect your head and neck, and that will help keep you safe if there happened to be damage to your safe structure. If you don't have a basement, small interior room on the first floor is the best you can do. Put as many walls between you and the outside as you can, and that will help keep you safe. If you're in a mobile home, get out of it and find a safe shelter. If you live in a mobile home development, go to the designated shelter that they provide and hope that you will stay safe. Mobile homes provide little to no protection in the event of a strong to severe storm. Even weak tornadoes can do significant damage to mobile homes. Tornado warning goes until midnight for portions of eastern Johnson County, just east of the Iowa City area, into southern Cedar County. We'll pinpoint here on Pinpoint Doppler radar and give you an idea of some of the communities that are in the path of this storm. It's moving east at 45 miles per hour. We'll give you a broad view here, even for portions of the storm that aren't necessarily imminently producing this potential tornadic rotation. So we're talking near Centerdale at about 11:20, Cedar Valley at 11:25, closer to Tipton at about 11:33. So you're still just over 10 minutes away. Wald at 11:36, and Bennett close to 11:43, Sunbury 11:46, and New Liberty at 11:50. Now, even outside the tornadic threat with this storm, gusty winds are possible. We've seen at least some indication of that potentially in the Iowa City area as these storms move through, some stronger wind gusts that picked up. But the main concern and the reason why we are with you here on KCRG TV9 and our streaming platforms is this tornado warning.
Yes, and that is, again, what we've been keeping tabs on over the last couple of minutes. This line of storms has been moving through eastern Iowa throughout the afternoon and into the evening, but again, it is that area of the storm that is now just to the east of Iowa City, where we are keeping an eye on that little area of rotation embedded within that line where we do have some rotation. So let's take another look at the velocity, or rather the winds that are going on within this storm. And again, you can kind of see it looks like certainly some stronger winds off towards the east, to the east of Iowa City. Right now, West Branch currently experiencing some of the stronger winds with that storm as it is moving through. Centerdale, you guys are going to see those winds, if not already arriving at your area, arriving here in just the next minute or so. Farther off to the east, Rochester, you all are still before long going to see this storm moving your way and seeing these winds moving through. Cedar Valley also within that tornado warning. You guys are also going to be wanting to keep tabs on this storm as it is moving through. Fresh radar feed right there, a fresh round of data. Again, showing similar situation where there is rotation within this line of storms. At this point, to me, is looking fairly broad, and the rotation is radar indicated. So again, what that means is that the storm is rotating, and it is rotating enough the National Weather Service has placed a tornado warning on it. But at this point, not seeing any evidence through either reports of a tornado or through radar of a tornado on the ground. What you would look for radar proof of a tornado on the ground is a debris signature. And at this point, just not really seeing that as this storm is moving through West Branch currently. Of course, that is always a good thing, but even if it is not actively producing a tornado, you should treat it as though it is producing a tornado. Make sure that you are getting down to your safe place, going ahead and taking shelter and staying there until the storm has passed.
Yeah, you can see our Fayette City Cam down in the lower right corner. I'm going to go ahead and adjust and pick our Solon City Cam down that way, which is sort of the closest view we've got. We've got our Tipton City Cam as well, We'll check in on that as it gets a little bit closer. So yes, that heavy area of thunderstorm activity has really moved through the Solon area. Solon, you're not included in this tornado warning, but you are very close to it, and storms have passed through your area, potentially with some gusty winds, heavy rain, which has been common in many parts of eastern Iowa tonight, as well as those areas of frequent lightning too. We've seen that from time to time. So this tornado warning continues until midnight, another 35 minutes or so, give or take a little bit. And it's for those areas now of just Cedar County. It's been trimmed back a little bit. Johnson County, it was very much that eastern fringe, east of the Iowa City area. And now from West Branch and points to the east is where we're watching.
Yep, and that is, again, as this larger line of storms continues to track off to the east, and we'll kind of take a minute to take a broader scale look of what's going on here. So again, you have your tornado warning and of course your severe thunderstorm warning as well. That does include Lynn, Johnson, portions of, looks like Muscatine, stretching up towards Cedar and Jones County as this storm again, excuse me, includes just Cedar County as this storm is moving through, and this line of storms is pushing off towards the east and now impacting Monticello, Iowa City on the backside of it, but before long, Tipton going to be impacted by that line of storms as well. So at this point, I'll put a storm track on this whole system and kind of take a larger scale view of where it's going to be tracking as we go through the next hour or so. So this line of storms has picked up some speed compared to what we were looking at earlier in the afternoon. It has gone from 30 miles an hour to several of the warnings showing it moving along closer to a 45 or 50 mile an hour clip. So that is going to take this line of storms. Let me try that. Let me get a better storm track on that. Bear with me, folks, for just a second. But we'll draw that storm track along the leading edge of where the winds are going to be starting to impact you as this line of storms moves through. So as it tracks off towards the east over the next hour and 45 minutes, it'll be impacting Tipton here at 11:32, just a few minutes away from you all. Muscatine impacting you all at 11:45, Maquoketa by 11:50, Bellevue by 11:57, getting out towards Davenport by 12:16 a.m., Stockton by the time we get to 12:26. And again, that's for overall the line of storms that we're watching, but again, there is that severe segment within it and that tornado threat that we are keeping an eye on as well.
Yeah, let's take a look. John, if you could put max 1 in the big box and max 3 down in the little box. I've got Solon set up down there. Thank you very much. We've got the warning, the severe thunderstorm warning was just modified a little bit, trimmed back a little bit as the storms continue their eastward trek. Certainly it looks like there will be some pretty strong winds moving toward the Tipton area. These wind gusts could be as strong as, well, let's see here. Let's get the latest reading off of our velocity view. Again, these are estimated wind speeds, 60 to 70 miles per hour potentially. They're a little bit off the ground, and so not all of this wind may be reaching toward the ground, but it's a possibility. So folks in Tipton, I would say, be ready for that. The tornado warning area, though, is really mostly concentrated toward this West Branch area. And you can see there's just not the even relatively tight area of rotation you were showing earlier, AJ. I'm going to back things up here on the radar. So we're going to go back in time here where you can see there was that little bit that was just east of Iowa City earlier. This was at 11:07, and it's this area here. But as we go forward in time, that area sticks with us close to West Branch, and now it's not as well defined. And so that's good. We'd love to see that, but there still is the hint of some of that potential rotation could redevelop here right along Interstate 80 southwest of Tipton. It does look like Tipton, while you are in this tornado warning, the threat for that rotation may be just a little bit to your south. Don't fully want to rule out this area that's up here too. At this point, it does not look like it would imminently turn into something that could be tornadic. However, it's kind of similar to where we were with that initial area just a little bit ago, and so that could change in a relative hurry. And so we do want to at least keep an eye on it for the next several minutes as we run through this tornado warning. It's sort of these little individual cells, and this one certainly is a little bit stronger. As they curl a little bit, you can see it's those areas that are right along the leading edge where the National Weather Service and our radar shows too the potential for a little bit of spin up, quick tornado activity. It's not the type of environment that's going to produce long-lasting, long-tracked tornadoes that would be very strong. But of course, any tornado is one that you want to seek shelter from. It's not something to mess with.
Absolutely. And even if you're not in the tornado warning, again, keep in mind there is a severe thunderstorm warning that goes for areas well outside of that tornado warning. You can see that right there. And kind of the broad scale look, again, that line of storms moving through, and certainly the type of storm system moving in, especially if you are in those impacted counties by the severe thunderstorm or the tornado warning. You want to make sure you're playing it safe, getting down to your basement if you have one. If you don't have a basement, lowest level of your home. Interior room, away from any windows. The idea is to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. But again, the reason we are with you and will continue to stay with you is this tornado warning. At this point, radar indicated, which means there is rotation within that storm. But at this point, no definitive proof of a tornado on the ground. But Corey, you had mentioned that generally the trend that we're seeing or would expect to see with these tornadoes is generally not particularly long-lived and not particularly strong. That's just, like you mentioned, the atmospheric setup for tonight doesn't really favor strong or long-track tornadoes. And this line earlier today was producing tornadoes out near Ames and Des Moines, and it was a similar trend that we saw. When it did produce tornadoes, fairly short-lived and not terribly strong.
Yeah, for sure. But of course, the threat is at least still marginally there at this point, at least according to the National Weather Service's point of view. We tried to show you the Tipton City Cam. It's not picking up a lot at this point. It's kind of a dark picture, and so we'll focus on pinpoint Doppler radar here. Solon, of course, still in the corner. You're on the edge of that severe thunderstorm warning, but the heaviest activity has really moved on through your area. It's really just kind of the closest spot that we've got to show you here. And so the latest view of this storm moving toward the Tipton area, you're probably at the very least going to get some very gusty winds at this point. We should still recommend that you seek safe shelter, because there is the chance that this storm could produce a little bit of a quick spin up of some tornadic activity. So Tipton, it's right there with you. We're going to take this off to the east, at least the portions of the storm that look most concerning to us. Lime City closer to 11:35, Bennett at about 11:42, Sunbury at 11:45, and then New Liberty would be about 11:49, and then it starts to move on into Scott and Clinton counties. It's going to be pretty quick moving through this Cedar County area, moving about 45 to 55 miles per hour. AJ, you're taking a look at our latest velocity information, and what are you seeing? Some things are changing, it looks like a little bit.
It is, and it's been a pretty quick change, and that is, again, what you can often see with any storm that is severe and has the potential to produce a tornado. But right now, what I am focusing in on is right to the west of Tipton, this area right in here where you've got your really strong winds kind of pushing into the line, and your reds and your greens that are kind of getting close to each other right there. That's, again, another area of a quick little spin up of rotation that really just popped up here in the last radar scan. But again, that would be an area of concern that you'd want to watch for the potential of a very quick spin up tornado, still within that tornado warning. And again, very quickly developed right there as this line was approaching Tipton. So just kind of a testament to how fast things can change. We'd gone from watching an area of rotation that was to the south of Tipton. Now the primary area of concern that I'm really focusing in on and watching right now is just to the west of Tipton. So if you are in Tipton, make sure you are in your safe place right now. Jackson Avenue likely either currently or has just recently experienced some really strong winds from this storm as it has moved through. Tipton, you'll likely be experiencing that in the downtown area, but really anywhere around Tipton. Make sure you are in your safe space, getting out of the way of this storm as it moves through. I'll throw a storm track on the rotating portion of this storm, or at least this new area of interest that we're keeping a particularly close eye on at this point as it tracks off to the northeast here over the next 30 minutes or so. This will be taking it towards Loudon by the time we get to 11:49. Massillon Area Park by 11:52, Wheatland by 11:55, Syracuse Boat Access by the time we get to 11:57, Lost Nation as we get towards midnight. And again, this is an area of rotation that has spun up fairly quickly within this line of storms that we're keeping an eye on. And that's been the case that we've seen throughout the night, is that these little areas of rotation can spin up fairly quickly. So if you are in the tornado warning, take it seriously. And even if you're in the severe thunderstorm warning but outside of the tornado warning, make sure you're taking that seriously as well. Because again, it can very quickly change, and you can very quickly get these little spin up areas that would lead to the prompting and the issuance of a tornado warning.
For sure. And if you are just joining us, we just crossed the 11:30 time frame here. Meteorologist Corey Thompson and AJ Rickman here watching this tornado warning. Many parts of eastern Iowa are seeing rain, thunder and lightning, maybe a little bit of gusty wind at times, but it's just this one area of far east central Iowa where these warnings are in place at this point. Steady rain extends all the way back to Waterloo, or even points to the west of there. And so that is where we are very carefully watching, just that section of eastern, or rather southern portions of Cedar County in particular, where that tornado warning is in place. The Johnson County Emergency Management Coordinator did report, at least they had received a report potentially of a tornado touchdown earlier. This is earlier east of Iowa City. So they're going to check it out at this point. The Coles Community Trailer Court may have been affected, and a vehicle on Interstate 80 may have been affected as well. They, of course, these are reports. They're working on getting more information themselves, and we'll, of course, if we get more information from them, pass it along to you. At this point, the tornado warning continues. They've continued to trim that back a little bit. I'll show you here which areas are still included. It goes until midnight. Tipton, you're still on the edge of that. Anywhere north of Interstate 80 and east of Highway 38. I would certainly be paying very close attention. Bennett included in this as well. This storm will produce heavy rain and gusty winds with it too, as it continues moving off to the east. Its latest speed is in the neighborhood of about 45 miles per hour. So we'll give you another storm track here, give you kind of a broad look at where, I'm going to redraw that again, a broad look at where we could see the strongest portion of the storm, and that area that has rotation, those two areas potentially that AJ has been highlighting. Lime City within moments, Wilton at about 11:41, Loudon at about 11:45, Durant, which is right there in far northern Muscatine County, just south of Cedar County, at 11:47. You'd certainly see some strong storms at the very least. And then we get toward New Liberty, which is just outside of this warning, at 11:50. And so that's where we stand in terms of the communities in this path. If you are in the path of this storm, you should seek shelter and stay on the lowest floor of your home, basement. Stay away from windows. Stay there until this storm passes. And it will move through very quickly. That's the good news, is that things will be exiting. And then once they do, this is kind of a one and done situation at this point in terms of the severe weather threat in any given location. And that is excellent news for people in the path. So Iowa City, for example, getting out of the heavier rain, and we'll see perhaps some more rain and thunder for the rest of the night, but the severe weather threat has ended. Similarly, up here, further up the line to the north, heavy thunderstorms in the Dubuque area, rain and probably some gusty winds, but the threat for tornadic activity is limited to the south. They did remove portions of Lynn County and Johnson County from that severe thunderstorm warning, but of course the tornado warning is our main concern at this point. AJ's been doing some more analysis off the screen. Are we seeing maybe a couple areas of interest at this point?
That's kind of what I've been keeping an eye on, and have been looking at the velocity or the wind speeds that are inside of these storms. And for me, there are two areas that are grabbing my attention. One of them is going to be just to the east now of Rochester, this area right in here where your reds and your greens are kind of wrapping into each other just a little bit. That's an indication of some rotation within there. And then just to the northeast of Tipton, there's another area where, again, the rotation, certainly it looks just a little bit broader, but what's grabbing my attention there is some of those lighter blues that are embedded within that green coloration, and stronger winds within that storm. And again, certainly that little bit of a notch, or that appearance of almost the greens and the reds trying to wrap around each other just a little bit. Not quite as definitive as what you're seeing in that southern area just to the east of Rochester, But still, a couple of areas within this warning and along this line of storms that are certainly showing some signs of rotation. So certainly understandable how and why the National Weather Service issued a tornado warning, and certainly a storm to take seriously. Again, the tag currently says radar indicated, but there have been some reports of potentially some impacts on the ground from what could have possibly been a tornado. Again, a report from a tornado touchdown just to the east of Iowa City. EMA is en route to check that out. And again, Corey mentioned it earlier, that report was that Coles Community Trailer Court was hit and also potentially impacted a vehicle off of Interstate 80. But again, a couple of areas within this line that we are keeping a very close eye on for quick spin-up tornadoes, and that is kind of the nature of what you would expect with tornadoes that develop along lines of storms like this. They can develop very quickly, typically are not particularly strong or long-lived, but again, can spin up in a hurry and can are certainly something to take seriously. And if you are in the path of this storm, play it safe and make sure that you are down in your safe space.
Yeah, for sure, because obviously folks are probably being woken up by weather radio, cell phones going off, whatever alert system that you may have reacted to this very late evening on Thursday. We will have that as a potential. Very heavy rain has been falling in these storms too, as well as that potential for gusty winds even outside of the areas of rotation. And so again, it's areas of southeastern Cedar County until midnight tonight. It's another 21 minutes here as we go later into the evening and cross over into early Friday morning. And that severe thunderstorm warning surrounding it for all of Cedar County and the northern half of Muscatine County, Muscatine on the edge of that too. That is the area that is in that severe thunderstorm warning. That is for the potential of 60-mile-per-hour winds as well as penny-sized hail. So that is the state of play for now. Again, AJ is keeping a close eye on the areas of rotation. I am too, as well as the National Weather Service. Tipton probably experienced some pretty gusty winds over the last little while, and so we'll have to wait and see if any reports come from there. But at this point, it is the tornado warning that you see highlighted on your screen. Really does potentially include a lot of rural areas of Cedar County, small communities, but certainly plenty of folks that live there. Sunbury, Bennett, as well as Tipton, and remember, New Liberty, you're just over the border in Scott County. You'll be potentially affected by this storm as it approaches that area, if you know folks that are out there. So again, moving to the east, 45 to 50 miles per hour, quickly moving through and quickly moving out very, very soon.
Absolutely, and good to see those storms picking up some speed because they've really been, for most of the afternoon and evening, moving at a very slow clip off to the east. So over the last hour, they've really picked up some speed, which is good for folks who are currently being impacted. You'll only be impacted for a short period of time. But the other thing to keep in mind too is it's a little bit of a double-edged sword because if you are in the path of these storms, you don't have as much time to react when they start to really pick up speed and move quickly. But right now, that tornado warning continues for Cedar County until midnight tonight. At this point, still radar indicated, but again, do have reports of a tornado that touched down to the east of Iowa City. Emergency management is en route to the location of where that tornado was reported. At this point, what we are currently seeing, again, areas of strong winds within this line of storms that is moving through. The current radar image that you are seeing, and we're just getting some fresh feed in there, these are the winds within the storm. So wind speeds within the storm, we use this to try and find areas of rotation. And at this point, Corey, correct me if I'm wrong, but the rotation not looking quite as defined as what it was recently. Again, I'm seeing two potential spots of concern at this point, perhaps just off to the east of Rochester, and another one off to the northeast of Tipton, that one a little bit broader, but those are the two kind of areas I'm seeing where there's the potential for some broad rotation in there. Again, at this point, the warning still has that radar indicated tag on it. Seeing rotation on radar, at this point, I'll check the debris detection signature really quickly, but not seeing anything definitive for evidence of debris getting picked up into this storm.
Yeah, that's really, I think you're right on. And the National Weather Service kind of confirming, and as they discussed with us in communication that we have with them, it's those two areas that you just highlighted and highlighted on your screen now. It's close to Lime City, north of Interstate 80, east of Rochester, just like you said, and that one that's kind of north of Bennett. In between, gusty winds are pretty likely in those areas, and they are watching some spots to the south too. Down toward Wilton, there's kind of a similar signature as there is north of Interstate 80, which is just into Muscatine County. It's kind of a similar story down toward Muscatine as well. You're in that severe thunderstorm warning for midnight, same area. So it's on the edge. Certainly something that we'll have to keep a close eye on, and they are watching it, that they said they're monitoring because of that area of rotation. We saw how quickly it potentially spun up east of Iowa City. We will be working and watching for more reports from that Iowa City emergency manager, Johnson County emergency managers, to see what they find when they get to areas east of Iowa City. At this point, it looks like still needs maybe a little confirmation, but certainly lines up with exactly what we were seeing on radar. All the spots that, and right when they issued that tornado warning, it would line up in time with the information that we have as well. So 2 areas to watch within this tornado warning, but one north of Bennett, just about to exit Cedar County here pretty quickly. Another east of Rochester near Lime City, north of Wilton. Sunbury, you would be the next community that would be affected by that one. And at the very least, again, heavy rain, gusty winds, frequent lightning looks pretty likely. But a big portion of Cedar County is basically out of the threat for new tornadic activity. That would include Tipton too. That does look like it will not, that area of rotation has really moved past you. And you can see as new information comes in, sort of a broader area of rotation to the north and another one down here to the south as well. Not two, just one. We'll reline those right here for you and kind of see those 2 spots that we're watching. The line has just a little bit of waviness to it, and that's where sometimes you can get those areas of rotation to develop. But fortunately, no new reports. It does look like the National Weather Service is considering issuing some new warnings farther to the east as they move out of the TV9 viewing area, and we stand by at this point. If you live in eastern Cedar County, far eastern reaches of it, seek shelter.
Absolutely. Make sure you're seeking shelter there. And if anyone is watching it over in Clinton or Scott counties, go ahead and shelter as well. Make sure you get in your safe space. You can see they have just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning, and that does include Clinton, Muscatine, Rock Island, and Scott counties until 12:45, as again, those storms are going to be moving through. And similar to what we've seen with this other severe thunderstorm warning, there is a tornado possible tag associated with that. So things that we are going to be keeping a very close eye on here for the next couple of minutes. But again, the primary reason we are still here with you is for that tornado warning. There have been some embedded areas of circulation that have now moved past Tipton and just recently passed to the north of Bennett. But again, you can see that line of storms as we kind of zoom out and take a bit of a broad view has been pushing off to the east over the last couple of hours. And as it continues to push off to the east again, primarily looking at straight line winds for most areas, but again, that one spot that we are keeping an eye on where that tornado warning is still in effect. That is still in effect for Cedar County, remains in effect until midnight tonight for that radar indicated rotation.
Yep, and that's going to move out of Cedar County here very shortly. It looks like it's going to be probably before the warning expires, but it does also look like the National Weather Service is going to nest another tornado warning into that same sort of area downstream. So portions of Clinton and Scott County will be likely later included. Right now, the biggest concern is for the area near Loudon. You can see that new tornado warning pop up. Kind of replaces the area that's just near where these areas of rotation are, and that goes until 12:30 this morning. Mostly for portions of Clinton and Scott counties. It's north of most of the Quad Cities, but it still runs along the Interstate 80 corridor. They have highlighted the area near Loudon for potentially south of Loudon for where some of that rotation is, as well as the area near just south or near Sunbury, excuse me. Just want to get my communities right. Didn't want to name the wrong spot as we switch the velocity view here just a bit. That data up near the Loudon area, there we go, we got it freshened up. Things were drawing a little bit weird, so we'll show you here. It's this area here as well as this area here, and these are both about to cross out of Cedar County very, very soon. So if you live within this warning area, you may have received a second notice from your cell phone, for example, giving you a heads up about this warning. That is for that new tornado warning that goes until 12:30. Area of rotation, again, just about to cross into Clinton County, just south of Highway 30 near the Loudon area. And then the second one that's been sort of tracking near Interstate 80 this whole time. And so that is shifting eastward and quickly moving out. So again, that 12:30 warning for portions of Cedar County probably is going to be lifted before that. I wouldn't be surprised if the National Weather Service trims that back a little bit in a pretty big hurry as the storm is moving pretty quick. I think its latest motion takes it at what, about 45, it says 60 miles per hour in the latest. So it just continues to pick up speed and move fast off to the east.
And with it moving quickly and picking up speed can be a good thing or a bad thing. If you are currently being impacted by these storms as they are moving through, then it means you're not going to be impacted for that much longer. But if you're in the path of this storm, it does mean less time to react. So if you are under this tornado warning, take shelter. It is currently radar indicated, but treat it as if there is a tornado on the ground. Seeing some tightening up of that rotation near Loudon and Wheatland, again, where you have these bright blues and greens and these reds kind of getting really close together, if not almost kind of looping around each other just a little bit. That's going to be one area that we're keeping an eye on for the potential of rotation. And then farther south, there is another area of rotation that we've been keeping an eye on for the last few minutes along this line as it's been moving through. It's going to be this section of the line in here. So we've got one area of rotation here, another one near Loudon. Both of these areas have been rotating as we have been tracking this storm over the last half hour or so, and we're going to continue to keep an eye on this storm as they continue to rotate and quickly move off to the east. Again, currently tracking that way at about 60 miles an hour is what you said, Corey?
That was their latest indication in their latest statement. So yeah, moving at a very quick clip. So not only would these tornadoes, if they take place, be fairly short-lived, but they would move through very, very fast. And yeah, it's that, I'd say that northern area that you've been tracking, AJ, is certainly the one to keep the closest eye on. I think it has the biggest potential here.
Absolutely. And again, you can see it there on radar. Even if, no matter what part of the storm you're being impacted by, there's of course the tornado threat, but also heavy rain, frequent lightning, certainly some thunder with that as well, and likely some gusty winds, especially if you are close to that area of rotation that is associated with that storm. But quickly getting close now to the county line of Cedar and Clinton, and then from that point we'll be crossing into Clinton County. But again, certainly still a storm. If you're in far eastern Cedar County, make sure you are still in your safe place. If you are in Clinton or Scott counties, you are also under that tornado warning. You'll want to make sure that you are taking shelter. The strongest area of rotation, again, that we're keeping an eye on currently is along Highway 30, but really we've seen throughout the night where these little spin-up areas of rotation can really pop up in a hurry. So if you are anywhere in that tornado warning, northern or southern portion of it, take it seriously. Make sure that you're getting down to your safe place and staying there until that area of rotation and really the worst of the storm has gone by you.
Indeed, as things continue off to the east. So it is certainly rapidly evolving. If you're near the Calamus-Wheatland area, again, tracking along Highway 30, that would be the area to watch for that development here. But it does look like, for the most part, at the Cedar County area, while those two tornado warnings kind of overlap, you can see them on the left side of your screen, one till midnight, one till 12:30. Most folks in Cedar County are starting to get out of the area where tornadic activity would be possible. The last one is kind of down towards Sunbury, and even that is just about to cross into Scott County, south of New Liberty. Otherwise, not expecting much trouble there. There is that area just near the Wheatland area that not only does it have that rotation that you've been showing, AJ, in terms of that, but you can see on the more traditional radar view that there is even a little bit of a hint of a very small little hook echo here that extends there. And so that's really the area of most concern here as it passes off to the east.
Absolutely, and seeing that kind of a little hook or appendage is really a sign that this storm is strengthening, and again, the velocity would reflect that as well. As we take a look at that, you can see where that area of rotation is just right now, sitting just to the south, if not right over Wheatland, as the storm continues to race off towards the east, and at this point, again, has really picked up some speed. So I'm going to throw a storm track on that strongest area of rotation, kind of get an idea on where it's going to be tracking as we go over the next 30 minutes or so. So we'll go from Wheatland, moving off towards roughly the northeast. That's going to take it, well, near Wheatland currently, right now. Syracuse boat access by 11:55, Calamus by 11:57. Getting towards Welton and Petersville by 12:07 and 12:11 a.m. as it continues to track off into portions of Clinton County. But again, I've been keeping a close eye on this really entire line of storms and been seeing some little areas of rotation that have been popping up within them. In fact, looks like possibly another area that I'm kind of noticing at the very north end of the warning, where it looks like you've got a little bit of that wind blowing toward the radar, trying to kind of push out in that direction, with your reds kind of looping back in, very similar to what we're seeing near Wheatland and Calamus right now. Looks like slightly more intense winds down near Wheatland. But again, two areas right there that I would say to keep a close eye on, both within the tornado warning. And again, all the more reason, if you are in this tornado warning, does not matter where within the warning you're located. Take it seriously. Make sure you're getting down to your safe place, because again, these spin-up tornadoes can certainly happen in a hurry.
That is for certain. Couple things that we're watching. So they are continuing off to the east. Again, very quick, rapid pace. Again, for the most part, the tornado warning continues for far eastern Cedar County at least for another couple minutes. The initial one was until midnight. The newest one that it includes areas farther to the east is until 12:30. Would not be surprised if the National Weather Service is going to modify that warning and take out the Cedar County part soon, because as you've been showing on radar, AJ, the rotation concern has moved into Clinton County right along that Highway 30 corridor now. So that is what we are facing. In fact, I'm just going to go ahead and preempt the National Weather Service, because that warning, or rather the threat area, has moved out of portions of Cedar County into Clinton and Scott County. I think we're just going to go ahead and send you back to regular programming, as this is now moved into an area that's better served by our sister station KWQC in the Quad Cities, and so we'll let them take over that coverage at this point for their neck of the woods. We will be providing some additional coverage on our streaming platforms. You can find our YouTube channel at this point. We'll still be on our streaming platform as well on kcrg.com and the KCRG smart apps, but it does look like that threat has diminished a bit.
Absolutely. Good to see it moving out of eastern Iowa. So again, we'll kind of, for eastern Iowa, see that severe threat at this point start to diminish for the night. So folks who have been keeping up with the storms tonight can certainly, at this point, it appears, go to bed. But again, if you're wanting to continue to keep tabs on the storms as they track into our far eastern counties, you can find us on our streaming page on YouTube or our website. We'll be on for just a little while longer.
Yeah, a little bit longer as the threat fully moves out of the state of Iowa. So thanks for joining us. In case conditions warrant, we will be back here, of course, on KCRG TV9 as well. Don't expect it. But until that time, stay with your trusted local news and weather source, KCRG TV9. Cool. Thanks, John. Appreciate it. John, of course, is in our control room for those of us still joining on the stream. Thank you for joining us wherever you're watching us, whether that was if you were on KCRG TV9, if you were watching us on our YouTube channel, whatever format that we were coming through. Lots of folks in the chat asking about specific places. Sirens are going off in Bettendorf, one person reports, which is not a shock there. We've got more rain and storms moving through that area of Scott and Clinton counties. Cedar County, again, still technically in this warning, although I do think that's going to move out. Somebody asked, is Clinton in the clear? I would not go that far just yet. You are still under this tornado warning until 12:30. Storms haven't gotten there quite yet. Area of rotation really is kind of moving right along Highway 30, and so that would put Calamus right now in line for that, Grand Mound, DeWitt, then you get toward Lowmore and Clinton and Comanche. Those areas right along the Mississippi would all be involved potentially in where that rotation is. Another area of rotation is a little farther to the north, as AJ was describing. It's east of Toronto. It's moving toward Welton and Charlotte, and north of Clinton along the Mississippi River. So, yeah, that's what we're tracking at this point. National Weather Service in the Quad Cities does cancel the warning for both Cedar County and Scott County. So they've moved it all into just Clinton County, and that continues until 12:30.
It does, and we'll go ahead and throw a quick storm track on those two areas of rotation that we are continuing to keep an eye on this evening. So that is, again, right there, one of those areas of rotation currently sitting right over Calamus, another one sitting just to the north, kind of south of Lost Nation at the north end of this. So I'm going to first circle both areas of rotation that we're keeping an eye on. Again, one sitting right over Calamus, another one sitting just to the south of Lost Nation. So these are the two areas that we are keeping a close eye on. And we'll go ahead and, again, throw a storm track on both of these to show you where they're going to be moving as we go over the next hour. This line has really picked up some speed now. We're seeing these areas of rotation continuing to move off to the east at around 60 miles an hour. So really moving at a good clip. If you're currently being impacted, that's good for you because it means you won't be impacted for that much longer. But if you are still in the path of this storm, it does mean that it's going to be getting to you more quickly and you'll have less time to react. So we'll go ahead and take this out past the Mississippi River, this northern area of rotation. We're going to watch for that northern area of rotation to make it towards Welton by 12:06, Petersville by 12:10, Charlotte by 12:13, Goose Lake by 12:17, 10 Mile by 12:19, Miles by the time we get to 12:22, and then Samoa by the time we get to 12:29, Savannah by 12:32. That is for your northern area of rotation that we're keeping an eye on. Now let's look at our southern area of rotation that's right along Highway 30. That one, as it tracks off towards the east, will be getting towards Grand Mound by 12:04, Lowmore by 12:19, 10 Mile by 12:21, Comanche by the time we get to 12:24, Clinton by the time we get to 12:27, Garden Plain by 12:30, Thompson
Yeah,
by
be
the time
careful.
I almost had a P in there.
Yep.
12:33.
Means a lot to me.
Of course, working with a Thompson, you just kind of becomes muscle memory.
Yep.
But yeah, 12:33 will be when it's arriving in Thompson. So those areas not out of the woods yet. In fact, likely have not seen the worst of their severe threat for the night tonight.
Yep, and luckily for many of us, and we'll go ahead and show you, some folks have been asking again about specific communities. Anywhere within this white circle, Dubuque, Cedar Rapids, Iowa City, Washington, Waterloo, Fayette, Decorah, Wetumpka, Marshalltown, Iowa Falls, anywhere that's west of where we have these warnings in effect right now, severe weather threat is over. Rain still possible for another hour or two, maybe some thunder and lightning as well, and then we'll see quieter, clearer, drier weather as we go into the night and especially tomorrow. So yes, the severe weather threat at this point is very much limited to the far eastern part of the state, what I would refer to casually as the nose of Iowa, if you consider it as a face sticking out like that. I don't know.
Oh yeah, no, I've seen that.
AJ's not from the Midwest. I don't know if you know. There's like a guy with a frying pan. I don't know.
Yeah, no, there's a guy with a frying pan, and Minnesota's the hat. And
Yeah,
then,
exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Stretches all the way down to Louisiana's the feet. Is that right?
You know what I'm talking about.
Exactly. I don't know his name. Someone told me his name one time, but
It's all the states blended together. I don't want to try. So
yeah.
sirens are going off in Walcott, according to one of the folks in our YouTube chat, as well as in Clinton, which makes sense. Clinton, you're under that tornado warning. Walcott, you are not. But there is still some strong wind activity moving into the Walcott area. Maybe, man, it is very close to the radar site down in Walcott. And so let's go ahead and flip back to our velocity view. I'll show you here down in that area. Strong winds at the very least. It does sometimes be a benefit to be close to the radar site, and sometimes it's not. Because it can sometimes make it a little harder to see what we're discussing because of increased noise in the data. So Walcott area, I don't think that we're looking at an imminent tornadic threat there. National Weather Service, of course, dropped that warning for Scott County. I could see potentially, if I view it with a generous eye, looking at some of the data off the air, maybe a bit of hint of rotation toward this area, which would be right in line with that portion of the storm that had that rotation tracking through Cedar County too. We've been close to Interstate 80 that whole time, but this would be the spot potentially. So Walcott, I think you're probably in pretty good shape at this point. And we're talking about areas that are way out ahead of the rain and sort of on the gust front. So I really do think that tornadic activity in Scott County, if it were to take place, does not look imminently likely, which is why there is no tornado warning, would be limited. It does look like the better chance would be off to the north here. And even then, we're still talking about stuff that's on the gust front. And so it's just not the most conducive spot for what would be an intense or long-lived tornado. But the rotation is there. The warning continues till 12:30.
Yes, and kind of what you mentioned with this not necessarily being the most favorable environment for a tornado to develop. Of course, the National Weather Service still has that tornado warning out there, so take that seriously. Make sure that you are getting to your safe place, basement, lowest level of your home, an interior room, whether it's a closet or a bathroom. But again, with this tornado warning, like you mentioned, Corey, seeing at this point the leading edge of those stronger winds, I'll kind of mark along it and highlight it here if I can find my little marker. There we go. So kind of along this area here where you see that green line becoming a little more defined, that's kind of the leading edge of those winds. And when you're looking for a storm to really be showing signs of strengthening enough to produce a tornado, you would want these areas of reds, yellows, all that area of rain to really be close to, if not on top of this line to where you can't even see this defined green line. Again, this is kind of the start of your winds. This is kind of your outflow boundary. Your gust front is what it's always called, or often called. If you're standing outside, which we don't recommend, we recommend you be in your safe place with this warned storm, but as that line crosses over you, that's where you get that first gust of wind as the storm is coming in. With this being out ahead of the storm, that would be an indication that again of the storm potentially being a little bit weaker. But again, tornado warning is still in effect, and as we switch back over to velocity to have a look at it, you can see still one problem area that I'm kind of keying in on just to the southeast of Del Mar. At this point, not looking as defined as what we've seen at different points during the night tonight, but kind of where you have this area of green that's kind of bulging out a little bit, and the area of red that kind of hooks back in just a little bit towards the north and west. Again, an area of what looks to me like broad rotation there. And again, why we do have that radar indicated tornado warning that's been issued as this line of storms has continued to push through the area. But again, at this point, certainly I would think any tornadoes that form would be weaker, faster developing, faster dissipating tornadoes, as is often the case as we see with these storms. But regardless, still something to take seriously. It is a tornado warning and should be treated as such.
Yes, we are watching that pretty closely. We're looking all around eastern Iowa as well. A wider view shows, again, the limited nature of the severe weather threat to the far east at this point. There are areas of rain and some storms moving into those areas behind the severe weather threat. So that is less of a concern. One question was asked about Iowa City. There's this kind of big blob of yellow and some lightning involved in that as well, down toward Ottumwa. This is just going to be some steady rain. Wouldn't be surprised if there's some gusty wind with that too. Sometimes we see that on the backside of these lines of storms. And that will move in toward the northeast, along and behind that line. And so not super concerned about it there. In terms of anything intense, that's for sure. Apparently the sirens are sounding in Bettendorf, which I think we maybe had earlier. Yep, but that's good to hear that that is happening again. A severe thunderstorm warning is what's in effect there. Donahue, Iowa, severe thunderstorm warning in effect for your area too. Again, tornadic threat still does seem to be farther north, but we know how things can go quickly with these storms as they continue to develop. A broader view, just a big look at the Midwest. Snow falling in Wyoming, over toward Rapid City as well.
They can have it.
Yeah, colder air gets wrapped in. Storms continue on a line down into Missouri. We'll take off the lightning. Our lightning detection abilities only go down to about mid-Missouri in terms of where we can see the data. Plenty of storms down in portions of Oklahoma as well. Lots of severe thunderstorm warnings and flash flood warnings. Frankly, this area of storm activity has been basically stationary for the last several hours. I don't know if you joined us at 10 o'clock tonight. There was a large, strong-looking tornado in northern Oklahoma. Wish we could show you that video easily. We don't have it at hand, but look out for that near the Enid area last night. So in all things considered, there were worse storms in some places than what we saw here. So at least we're kind of getting away with it. AJ, you're looking at Pinpoint Futurecast, it looks like. I may have interrupted your data there. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. No, looking kind of current picture does seem to capture pretty well what's going on with things. Maybe at this point the line is a little further ahead than what's being depicted here, but Pinpoint Futurecast at this point seems to have it pretty close. So we'll go ahead and walk through the timing of what we're looking at for the rest of the night. And again, at this point, if you're watching in any of our TV9 viewing area counties, with the exception of those right along the Mississippi, the ones that we've been talking about, specifically Clinton County and Scott County, where those warnings are currently in effect, most places, severe threat is over. But as we go through the rest of the night, we'll just be watching for a steady round of showers that continue to progress through the area, and they'll be moving off to the east and out of our area. By 4 a.m., still seeing some shower activity in Jackson, Clinton, Scott counties, but it's getting lighter and more sporadic, and by the time we get to the Friday morning commute, looking at dry conditions, still some clouds lingering around, and we'll see partly to mostly cloudy skies during the morning hours on Friday, but it won't be long before those clouds really clear out, and by the time we get to Friday afternoon, let's try that again. So, well, by 5 p.m. mostly sunny, but yeah, by noon also still mostly sunny conditions. You'll notice those winds are out of the northwest, and that's going to bring in some drier air. We've already seen some drier dew points working in on the western half of the state. That's all coming our way. So overall, we are in line for a very cool, dry, sunny, pleasant end to the week. And when I say cool, I don't mean cold. I mean pleasant. Highs in the 60s, close to where we should be for this time of year. Again, really going to be a very nice end of the week coming up. We just have these storms that we're currently keeping an eye on as they continue to track out of eastern Iowa, and before long, that severe threat will be completely out of the state. In fact, looks like they've dropped the tornado warning.
It does look that way, which is interesting. We have to see what they say about it. I know the storm has weakened. You can see the picture here on radar, not seeing those bright reds, the individual cells not looking as strong. The Scott County Emergency Manager said that the reason why they were sounding the sirens in Bettendorf and other parts of Scott County were because of a 911 call. So somebody had called 911 and reported that they had seen a tornado on the ground. National Weather Service does not see that threat present. I tend to agree at this point. I just don't think that it's super likely that you're going to get much happening sort of with this separated outflow that's way out ahead of this storm on this white line kind of, I'm going to redraw it as the radar refresh right after I drew that poorly. It's this area. That's where the gusty winds maybe start. It's way out ahead of the other parts of the storm. If we go back on radar, just to sort of give you that contrast, that line was in line with where those storms were when that warning was first issued back here near Johnson County. And then as we go east, you can see that that darker green line is much closer to the storms. And so you would have more information down there. And so this is the reason why they've allowed that tornado warning to be canceled. And apparently the emergency managers, first responders checked out the area where that 911 call came from, did not find any sign of damage or anything that had happened. So I guess better safe than sorry in that case, but luckily it does look like that may have been a bit of a false alarm there. So these warnings there. Does look like there's some gusty winds with these storms, which is not surprising as things carry on.
Absolutely, and again, always great news when you don't have a possible tornado pan out. Of course, good for those who would have been impacted had it been a tornado, but in this case, looks like not really looking at much of a concern there at this point.
Yeah, for sure. And so we are at a stage again here late this, well, now very early this Friday morning, where we are actually going to go ahead and leave our anchored coverage. No tornado warnings in effect in the state of Iowa, no severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for the main TV9 viewing area counties as these storms really do weaken, continue to weaken and move out. We're going to keep that stream up for just another few minutes of that loop of information, but otherwise we're just going to kind of leave coverage here very, very soon. We thank you so much for joining us wherever you caught us tonight. Hopefully everyone stayed safe. Hopefully we provide information that helped you stay safe, which is really the goal here. And till next time, I guess, which could be as soon as Monday, depending on things shake out.
Absolutely. We'll be keeping close tabs on it. We'll be keeping tabs on streaming. Of course, our newscast. You can get updates on our website and our weather app as well. Lots of ways to keep up with the weather, and as always at this time of year, something to watch.
Yep. So thank you for trusting your First Alert Storm team, and have a good night.